chat's like, oh my God, what's Roger Rabbit? And it's like, read a book or I don't know, watch a movie.
Don't read the book. The book is
Actually,
very different.
Yeah, don't read the book.
That isn't Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But anyway, I think another player for Fnatic I wanted to highlight is like Enzo. He had 18 assists on Breeze. Like we were talking about like Mystic and Alpha, that combination. But Enzo, you mentioned it as well when we were watching it, Jess. The fact that he catches the flank going into doors, it was a great shut up. And like Enzo against 100 Thieves on this map struggled a lot.
Okay, here we go. Prime Gaming, Agent Select, map 3. Jess, let's see if we get any whimsy, any shenanigans,
Are
any fun.
there any changes to this? I gotta know, because if they do, this is something that I really... Hello, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. Fury is like, okay, we like the fact that we want to get a Sky into this. We've got a Sage as well. And then conversely, Boast are giving me that beautiful little Omen play there. I like that. I like what I'm seeing here. And I think given some of the mistakes, we have to call them mistakes, they are quite heavy losses. Some of the mistakes we saw in the first showing of this from these teams, they're plugging the holes by bringing a different composition.
Yeah, just the Sage in there overall. They've taken out the Raze entirely, so they're trying to sort of play a lot more stall, play the information, putting DG Sin back on the chamber. I think he was a bit like a loss. He was great on the first map, moved over to the KO. Didn't see all that much of him, but going over to Fnatic, the only real change is going to be Boaster moving away from the Astra, something a bit more proactive to set up. I mentioned Enzo, he had a pretty torrid time against 100 Thieves on Fade. This would be a great chance to shine up again, but I feel like everything's lining up for Fnatic now.
Okay, real quick, just say who's going to win. Ryan?
Fnatic.
Yes? Fnatic. The desk is unified. They believe in Fnatic. I don't know. I have a feeling that we have something magical in the air with Furia. We'll see, though. No pressure, guys. It's only map 3, an elimination match. Either win here or go home. No big deal. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's Pansy and High Pock for the call. Pock for the call.
Yeah, no big deal. I think map 1 put the fear of God in Fnatic, and it made them bring out a brilliant look.
Made them dig deep.
It certainly did. But map 3, where do we look here? Where are we taking this? Because I'm a bit worried seeing this roll in, but talk to me about your expectation.
I mean, there is a bit of a gap here when we look at Furia, and obviously it's those defensive stats, right? Again, that is the weaker side of the game here. So with Fnatic actually starting on the attack, they have to put up a solid defense here. Maybe this is actually, in terms of composition, something resorting back to have a...
Oh, shit.
Well, considering Fnatic, I'm sure confidence will be sky high. Mazin going to be put to the test first and foremostly. Invests the wall towards Long, quickly broken. And he does have support coming in. 3 players going to make it towards the side, but Fnatic holding on the verge of breaking in towards this.
Actually, the Seas goes up, but this smoke actually denying any sort of pressure behind it. Fnatic, I guess, getting the impression there's a couple more bodies here than they're anticipating, but Furia stack 3 towards sewers. We're not going to try and catch the rotation off. It's only going to be Durka left here.
When does Durka even consider looking back? They're really curious about this. They can isolate him.
I mean, they've got him back to ice. Actually, when...
Still Durka. And there it is. Okay. No worries in the end, but now we look towards the rest of where Fnatic was heading towards, which was that C site. Now, Khalil's been holding on towards CT. You've still got well placed towards the backside of Garage. They've still held a lot of space, so the postpile won't be super comfortable for Fnatic.
Interesting to see the reveal go up that early, but did you see actually finds one onto Alfier on the way back through. Fnatic desperately trying to reset. Zine will fall, but QCK comes through. The smoke guards up very early. They should be able to get the half use here.
Surely Enzo gonna just put a couple of shots into the dark and hope for the best, but he's actually gonna sit this one, and ain't much gonna be stopping this. Boaster just has to sit and wait. Diffuse right under his nose. 3 standing for Furia, and it works out well.
I'm not sure if the real curveball there is actually the kill that comes through in Garage, but resetting when Khalil's still standing towards Long. The reveal wasn't back yet for Enzo, so there's no real way for them to ensure they can pressure that diffuse.
Yep.
Maybe the kill here is what completely alters the outcome here for Fnatic. But initially, we were talking about on Breeze not really having a tangible extremity to pressure here. These sorts of things for Fury, that re-clearance through sewers is key in terms of where Fnatic want to reset.
What team are they?
I do want to see how responds, or how Fnatic
Or
really
do you
responds
mean
to that
which teams are
long term,
playing?
if this becomes a bit of a habit. So Mazin, timing on the wall.
Yeah,
Does he get to keep his life?
Nope.
No, absolutely not. Chased down and hunted.
I don't know what
Instead
you
he's
mean.
gone. That's a big start. And Boaster in the meantime taking a lot of space, but there's two players really close to this. The pop flash is good. Has to run back away, and he's cleaned up. Furia just gonna put the stops on this round before he got out of control. That first pick could have been dangerous, but it's been dealt with.
Beautifully done. Khalil the one to clean things up. Great recovery on B side as well. Boaster doing his best to create just a secondary layer of pressure. But great flash from QCK just to clear inside that smoke. Anticipates it perfectly. Whether or not we do see Furia a little proactive here and go hunting, try and make use of weapons. They do have a Vandal and a Bulldog, so would imply maybe leaning towards
Right there.
receiving any pressure from Fnatic in the early round. Only Durka outside A lobby this time around, and unorthodox actually from Mazin to be the only one holding down the fort here, but the swing through completely punished here, but actually the pinch from mid is beautiful. Only good for one though. Fnatic respond with 3 kills very quickly. You can actually see, yeah, it's Mazin picked up on the back of that mid contact as he tries to push a little further on A long.
Wonder how much more Khalil can really do with this. Is there any sort of individual fights he could find?
Spike planted.
First one would be Boaster, playing towards Sewer. Not particularly clean, nor quick enough. So Boaster's going to get out of there. Mystic can now invest utility just to buy time and really run down the clock. You can already see the closing coming out from Alpha here as well. So Khalil looking unlikely to keep his life. And yeah, Alpha is going to make sure of that as Fnatic find their first hit in map 3.
Comfortable as well. 4 standing, Rolling Thunder online now for the buy round. An opportunity for Fnatic to maybe piece together some sort of set piece here. I do have my eyes drawn back once again to how Fury are going to approach this round. Similar to what we kind of looked at on the previous, of just how they approach this. That's a heavy, heavy emphasis towards double doors once again. It's only Durka towards A lobby. Fnatic desperate not to relinquish any of this mid control early on, at least with a flash, and you know, Alfia coming out swinging, maybe dealing with the trap very early on here. We want to push and pull. Try and manipulate some of these rotations.
Vision needs to be careful.
No.
Throwing caution to the wind, finding Durka, that's massive. That removes a big element of what Fnatic were banking on here. Because what else do they have? C-Long. Look at the progress already being made down C-Long. Khalil's walking this one. QCK with him as well. The map is looking so small from, if you're looking at it just purely from Fnatic's perspective, and waiting so ready on the other side. So prepared for this. Horn goes up as well, controlling the right side. Alpha gonna slip the net just slightly, but no one's on A connector.
Spike planted.
This still comes soon. Mystic gets punished though. Enzo on the backside of this. It's a very weird round. It's a 2v3 here for Fnatic. QCK's actually got the flank here towards window. He's gonna find Enzo.
He's got to be dead. Yeah, Enzo's down. All in the hands of Alpha, who managed to slip through by connector. The flash not going to reveal position. The paranoia goes and it clears through, and by process of elimination, surely they're worried about it. The tag comes in, the flash goes out, and he eats enough of it. It's an
What
easy
is he
cleanup
doing,
for
man?
Mazin.
Why would you eat
And
that?
he's restanding and a diffuse coming through for Furia.
Man.
This is the game we wanted. A close potential third map here, Mike. This is Furia getting back on track.
At least early on here, I'm seeing some of the positives from Icebox. Right? On the back of that contact, Furia pick an extremity. They send 2 down C-Long. It's confirmation, right, of exactly how Fnatic is setting up.
What are these guys
Necessarily see
doing,
on Breeze,
dude?
but they didn't have a
He
chance
peeks
to
right,
string
even
together
before
anything
that.
on their defense. But this already is looking much better. Maybe it is the fact that Durka falls first and there's no trap. That flank control going to be really pressured, but big positive to see early on here from Furia.
And now pumping the brakes for Fnatic, not the grapes. I'm hungry, what can I say? Pumping the brakes for Fnatic. adjustment, where do we look? Where do we go for in this? Because they can still fashion a purchase here, be it with maybe like armor or whatever you want to look at it with. Ult comes in for Mystic as well. They have options, but where do they go?
I mean, it's interesting whether or not Fury are going to kind of set up a trap play towards Fnatic's early round here. Look to prevent them dealing with the trap. I mean, the wall goes up and you can usually gauge a general position or an understanding of positioning early on with how many people are going to deal with that wall on B. Little baits like that are something Fury could potentially rely on in some of these buy rounds if Fnatic continue to leave a lobby to Durka. And actually on the other side of that, just Marzine to kind of pick up the slack there. So there are opportunities. I don't know how much Fnatic have probably figured that out just yet. Because there's nobody kind of holding these traps, right? I mean, there's a Trailblazer coming through behind it, so they have a general idea, but whether or not these are tangibles that Fnatic are going to be able to really act upon is something we'll have to see. Outside of that, it feels like the opportunity lies towards A site. Looking as if that's going to be the focus here for Fnatic this time around, with 5 stacked outside. This time around, though, 2 members of Furia.
Yeah, we saw in the very early rounds Mazin was over here, but I want to see how this looks when they get all that pressure put towards it. Mystic investing utility towards it.
Where are you?
Horn going to go through. Doesn't get you too much, really, at this point. I like this, though. Quick progress elsewhere. You got the dog towards middle. You've already got that rotate coming in from Khalil. That's not a bad idea. Smoke towards CT, but here's that investment of the ultimate. Mystic going to try and set this in motion. Horn going to come down, and look at the damage done, but they can't get away from this Alpha here. This is still not over yet. Isolates another towards Sewer. This is huge damage, but a little maybe overzealous here, but buying time, and the rotations are in.
Actually going to be able to get ahead of the wall and rotate. Sorry, reload as well. They're going to find another kill.
He actually...
As well. It's just Boaster standing.
And look at these
What the
angles, they're so brutal. Just trying to bait this one out. Boaster trying to pull their attention, give himself a fair fight, but nothing's fair about it. It's 4-1. Furia holding on to this, and that was a big investment.
And the key thing, once again, they've identified a weaker extremity. The flash is immediate on C-Long, all the way actually deep past the spawn barrier, so they know there's nobody sat passively behind that, and immediately that rotation comes through from QCK. He sends the Trailblazer into mid, so he knows that actually it's 4, potentially 5 stacked up here, which is why I think they're happy to kind of commit some utility early on, and the ultimate on top of that.
And the other round was so good as well.
Yeah.
Just ability to stay alive, find damage, and kind of re-aggress, take that space back of front sight. Oh, okay. This is where I need to see Fnatic find the response, otherwise I don't get the close game I wanted, but I have hope that they will do. 4-1, if you're just tuning in, where have you been? It's an elimination game, life on the line, map 3. Vision already starting to explore here. And this is the default. Maybe Fnatic trying to finally get that full read into what the hell's been going on, because the rotations have been perfect from Furia. And patience and discipline being shown here by Fnatic.
Desperately waiting, because I think they've actually read into the fact that Furia have been sending these probes out elsewhere.
Have to be.
No, he just
Be
jumped!
careful, though.
This is super
Hoping he
precarious.
doesn't overstay as well.
Going for it. He waited as long as he
Fair
could. Safe enough to fall back to CT. Actually gets to get back towards site. There's a second flash, but there's no commitment. He can re-clear this. There was that flash confirmed in towards middle, so they should know there's still a player there, or was a player, and that's massive. This
Easy.
young man has now caught so much of what they wanted. There's no quick push off the back of it, though. Trap now dealt with in middle, reconfirming the Durka is still around there. The flash towards Sewer gives away so much of what Fnatic wanted to do, and Furia unmoved. This is such perfect play! Furia smashing Fnatic with a flawless round.
Beautifully handled anti-eco from Furia there.
That was so
Again,
good.
just everything considered. There was no weak part of that setup whatsoever, and even the deep
Fine,
attack
they just
there,
need a
we
couple more
concerned
rounds.
Maybe a fault line's going to come through.
They just
Now
need
it
a
goes through,
couple
there's
more
chance that
rounds.
Some RNG happens,
Sure.
right? Somebody swings that angle wide, but the fact that actually the reset towards Heaven picks up Boaster in that lurk is crucial as well.
That's a massive
Like I
round.
said, typically there, the adjustment would be somebody's playing, back towards a link or outside beat, and they're ready to reactively come back through.
But Fnatic this time have much more to work with. Coming with rifles, a little bit of light armor, but you've got the ult here for Alpha here, so they have to respect this. They have to give up sight. He's going to post it and clear. Now, Horn comes back in, they know they're on site. That's about as much as you're going to get. You've got the C's potentially coming in. Already QCK going to try and clear towards the site as well, but it gives a little bit of room here. Vision trying to maybe peek ahead of this one. Then quick to this Mike, the paranoia is sent there. They're not wasting any time. They've isolated one towards Hell.
What
That's
is
Boaster
wrong
now
with these
moved
guys? They
over
can't
towards
shoot,
Boaster.
man.
Fnatic! Oh my way, wait. Durka and Alpha just fell. It's a 1v2. It's not over yet. But marked
revealed.
and noted.
Yeah.
Big late round information. Great work from Enzo.
Pace change actually banking on the fact that the A site is the weaker side of this setup. So we'll let Fnatic now lean on that. There's some ultimates coming online. Enzo, Boaster, and Durka who got theirs, but on the other side, the Nightfall back for Furia. Tour de Force available and the Seekers.
Lovely from Enzo here.
Insane exchange, actually. It's really unfortunate Khalil actually gets tagged here and revealed off that.
It's big. I bet give him a bit of room there, Mike. They needed that. 5-2. It's not like it's, you know, Fnatic back in the lead by any margin. Rinse and repeat somewhat here, but willing to fight it out. Furia not backing down this time. Actually taking the aggression to Fnatic. Zero fear again. It's a glimpse back towards Icebox. They are just unrelenting, Mike.
It's such a good read as well. Knowing that Fnatic's pace change will feel really comfortable. Like, right, the A site hold is weaker.
Yeah.
There's one, maximum two. This time around, there's 3 members and they fully commit to taking that engagement. Enzo will spot one on the cross. Jazeen actually happy to re-swing it with the Tour de Force, but a 2v5 now for Mystic and Enzo.
What can they find? An opportunity? Can they carve an avenue for themselves? Deciding Garage can at least draw the attention towards for now. Removing the trap there. Prowler going to go through, clear close. Doesn't quite get towards the side of the site. Haunt going to be handled. But the angle's still so brutal to work with. Khalil can just buy time because he knows the cross is being watched here.
Actually, Mystic going to post up with the operator here, so you don't want to be shouldering that once again.
That's the shot. Khalil goes for the jump peek. Beautiful shot from Mystic.
30 seconds left.
And again, these prowls being handled. They don't quite know about this operator in position. Do they find any more room? Okay, Enzo looking towards Garage this time. So that kind of pulls it back towards QCK, towards Mazin, towards that B side this time. Mystic still firing. Can he find any more? So close yet so far. Mazin's the one to do it, and we got 6 now. Carved on the board for Furia.
Mazin closes out, and he's the one to open things up as well on A-Long. Beautiful
Yep,
address towards that previous
They need
round.
to turn it around now.
Fury again, just looking in that same sort of groove they were on Icebox. They know exactly what Fnatic want to achieve in the early round. And even here with the curveball of that previous pace change, they set up perfectly for it. Totally catching Fnatic off guard.
You want to play?
They have plenty of ults. Vision,
They're
though. Look
so
at this guy confident
bad,
finding
dude.
Durka. I didn't even see Durka. Althea flew on by and even I got distracted. But again, a new position now found. Making him work for it step by step. Sheriff's a guardian for Alfire, but it's far from pretty. This is starting to become a problem.
He actually gets marked, dude.
Genzo as
Oh,
well.
man,
But
they're stressing.
Again, at this point, hunting for opportunity and option. Fnatic not finding much here.
Spectre and a Guardian to work with. Sheriffs to round it out. Khalil will be called upon here, but he's got a smoke back online and he's got that paranoia to slow this hit down. We'll trade off here. Default line for the paranoia. We revealed as well. And actually, Alpha's very close on this already.
Really nice shutdown between Enzo and Alpha to really isolate the back of the site there. But QCK gonna fill the void and fill it fast. He needed that shot and he ain't gonna get it. Boaster doing everything he can to try and keep Fnatic in this map and, well, in this tournament. And now recovered weapons. One with Mystic there. A TP for Boaster.
30 seconds left.
He gets sent back as just one alive in a 1v3, but still, handle to hand. And an opportunity for
He went C long.
Spike planted.
Reposition A is going to be considered now. With Alpha's position, I have a very, very good idea. Yeah, where to hold on to the fault line. Going to confirm it as well.
You need a massive mistake from Fnatic, but you've got to give credit here, in my mind, to Boaster. Really pulling that back in from the brink. Lovely work from him. That could have been a disaster in the making. That could have been another round, and Fnatic would still be lost without an answer.
A big positive as well that it's so decisive. As soon as they actually identify Khalil's under so much pressure, the fault line comes through, the aftershock comes through, the paint shell to make sure that they can find that down. But it's Boaster, as you noted, making that Spectre work on backside. And a little confidence boost to get a Thrifty on the board.
Lethal force
And weirdly enough, even with the scoreline here, look at the purchase coming out from Furia.
Yeah, right back in
They're going to push mid.
But these boys know no fear. They don't know of the name, they don't care for it. That is a problem. Lovely utility, so diligent from Fnatic to clear close, to not fall foul to any trickery they may be up to. And they found the hero rifle. That basically takes all of the bite away from this round that maybe Fury wanted to bring in, so highly diligent from Fnatic.
They need this round.
Have to convert this though. It's a 5v3. A Vandal, a Guardian, and a Stinger still to work with for Furia. Fnatic a pause for thought. Demonstrating restraint here. That's another round though where Furia was chomping at the bit to find this opening engagement because they have gone their way. This is one that Fnatic were stacked up. Again, great utility uses just to identify to Jazeen through there. And actually a little bit of a bait with the Stinger, but
Find you.
not going to amount to anything. Poster actually finds the ball bank.
Catch them. One enemy remaining.
Super clean work.
30 seconds left.
Just what the doctor ordered for Fnatic. Get that scoreline back into a place they can really work with. Again, feels more like a formality here for Mazin.
Drop the spike.
Doubt too much more damage can be done. You can already see Mystic closing this map down. There he is spotted. And again, should be a matter of mindset. Punish one, trade comes down. So 4 standing. Fnatic moving up to 4. And the scoreline far from spiraling away now.
That's a good one.
A moment for Fnatic to at least catch their breath. Operators back out though for Durka and to Jazeen. You can see just getting ahead of his TP range ever so slightly because he's desperately backpedaling to get back into it.
Three, two, one.
Nice. Good shit.
Trying to keep spirits high as well. And important here because this is an exhausting series, especially when you get backhanded on that map one. Actually, that's
Don't
the
peek it.
flash I was talking
Do not
about
peek it.
here. Whether or
Do
or
not
QCK
peek it.
Going through the motions once again, and we'll confirm with the Trailblazer on the other side of the
Okay.
garage.
I like this. A different formula to try
Oh
and
my
find their way towards
god,
that side already.
dude.
A shot exchanged. Paranoia does not find its wanted target, but they're just flying on the side. 3 players up. QCK still standing. Good flash goes in, but eats his teammate as well at that point.
Spike down.
Blinded, unable to do too much, but QCK still standing. And they
Spike's
don't.
here though.
Spike's in the middle of no man's land. They need success through garage or something.
Face your fear.
So that Durka magic maybe.
Well, can Durka grab it and actually TP away?
I don't know. QCK's posted on this. He doesn't want it back. I'm sure that Nightfall came in, not making much of a difference at this point, and there it is. Enzo finding 2. QCK still alive, and it's down to a 1v1.
enemy remaining.
And it does seem as though the spike has been recovered, and Durka is on the run. Get the hell out of there and find a new way forward. Where does he take this now?
Yeah, to get the clean plant on A. And actually, could even take very, very deep control of
30 seconds
spawn
left.
here. There's been no rotation come through from Nzeri on the other side. Be an open plant though. I think now the penny's dropped. He confirmed.
How
Got
lucky
the
does he
reveal, got
feel?
the C's. Durka actually using his TP to reposition now, so he has to take a much more passive angle, Lauren.
Again, maybe trying to be cautious in this, didn't want to risk too much. The Haunt and the Sea still in play as well for Nzeri. This could be pretty critical.
Seen Durka win him
Find you.
from here before.
That's
Actually,
it.
a
Big
big
info.
reveal.
That's going to give away the game,
Let's
but
go.
it's Durka. And sometimes you need that magic man to come online, and he's finding some form here for Fnatic.
Last round
Necessary
in the
at this
half.
point, stringing a good couple of rounds together now. I thought that round could have been cooked. Remember that spike got left in a really, really disastrous spot.
Sorry, look at that statistic. Jazeen
Christ.
is currently 11-2 on first kills to first deaths.
Ooh.
That is outrageous, especially considering you've got Durka and Alfio on the other side of this.
Yep.
2 prolific first blood enthusiasts. That is mental.
Really quite impressive, but again, then also then pull this into effect that Fnatic are still 1 round away from closing this all up, but that should be free enough. Takes down Nzeri, and now that A side is looking vulnerable. Seeker's going to come down. You can have Khalil still posted towards Sewer, so it's not completely done yet.
And Mr. just goes walking on in. Alfaya with a freeze kill of his life as Khalil drops down. Oh, UCK beheaded. And now just 2. Looking like the scoreline's going to tie up real evenly. This late round to the first half is looking so much better for Fnatic.
It's been a great recovery here. Did Jazeen get anything done here in a 2v4? Dirk already posted it up. Just takes his eyes off Long for a moment though, and Jazeen slip up. Enzo's there to pick up the slack though. Great clear up. 6-6 on the half.
Well, it felt night and day from how this one started, Mike. This
Switching
felt
sides.
like it was looking brutal for Fnatic,
Hey,
but
look at that
stability.
timeline.
Yeah.
Look at that timeline. It's a real resilience. I mean, grit and determination shown from Fnatic in some of these rounds. It's not really been, you know, the adjustments haven't suited Fnatic. There's been a couple of pace changes, yes, but Furia have come out on top in a couple of these important rounds where Fnatic have been the ones to try and be the initiators. Like I said, that stat
Hey guys.
paying dividends in some of these rounds.
It absolutely is, and we have to see how this echoes into the second half, because it could not be closer. 6-6 in map 3 between Furia and Fnatic.
Honestly, guys, it doesn't get any better than this. We are witnessing just a phenomenal clash between these regions here, but a great, I would say, recovery from Fnatic. It looked like it was going really poorly for them, but they were able to find those critical round wins, Jess.
Yeah, I'm never doing a prediction again. Never. Never. Every time I say, you know, Furia, it goes the other way. Every time I say Fnatic, it's seemingly going one way, so I just won't do predictions.
Tarek did say you were cursed.
Yeah, Tarek did say I was cursed. If you're watching this right now, I promise you one day the curse will end. But nevertheless, I was looking over the stats, of course, in Furia, they've taken the lead, and this man on your screen right now, NZR, is the one that is pushing this. And funny thing to note, he was the one that was anchoring A lot, and if you look back historically at the way Fnatic attacks on this map, they are an A-heavy team. They're a team that will lean towards that control, lean towards the play, and he was the one that just commanded control there. But conversely, there's another man on the other side.
Yeah, NCR being the IGL of Furia going up against Boaster, who is sort of being quite statistically, but you're 6-6 going...
Match found.
Oh,
Test.
test,
I just
test.
want to use my points, lol.
Lol.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Wow. So bad.
They have courage, but no one is immune to fear.
Fight.
Stay focused.
Dude, I'm playing so bad.
me. Goodbye. Get back.
No way! Dude, what is wrong with me? Hmm.
10 kills remaining.
Hush.
Night, night.
It's amazing, man. I don't even get a second bullet to shoot.
Typical. Enemy down.
5 kills remaining. Dominating. One kill remaining.
İyi geceler.
For second either way, and Mystics
Absolutely.
good for the first and maybe even
Maybe
the
even
second. If
You
that
get that
flash,
swing from the back of the site, maybe.
I mean, if he kills QCK, that flash doesn't go off and he can swing
Yeah,
long.
yeah, it totally changes the outcome of the round, but yeah, a very dangerous approach even from Fury to still go towards that site. As we said earlier, you noted 3 different players on there who just cleared back through towards the more pushed up side of A long. Madness.
The thing behind that, there's no due diligence behind that at all.
No, it's a contact first, basically.
They hear the Prowler come through, but that doesn't tell them about the other 2 players still positioned there at all. Like I said, it's a ballsy decision to
But
make, but
that was the entirety of Icebox. That's how it felt. You watch that. How many times did they over-aggress?
same on Breeze. It was very death bally. There was never kind of any second consideration. And that's here on Haven. Well, Fnatic are going to pick up on these sorts of tendencies and start looking elsewhere. They don't find contact outside A lobby. Do the same sort of things in terms of Furia.
And it's still
Confirmation outside C, coming through double doors, and less tools available. Obviously with Mystic on the breach, it's only really Enzo that has that confirmation utility. On the other side of things for Furia, they do have 2 lots. Look at the stack here.
Yeah.
4 members of Fnatic positioned here, and actually a TP set up to allow Durka to go very deep on long with this Vandal.
Okay, they're walking this. There we go. How much value can one team get? The Paranoid is good to at least remove a little bit of that front line, but it's Mystic find Maz in. And there's a push up from middle dealt with, but success towards long, but instant response. They're on the run. Vision, this is good. Gonna get one dip away. Look for the follow-up. There's the Vandal now gone. It will filter back through. Mystic gonna have the rifle still in hand, and the 2 players towards middle. Does Enzo get anything better to play with now going forward?
It doesn't give himself a rifle.
There
Vandal now, yeah. But it's a 2v3 here for Enzo and Mystic.
Over in spawn.
He's got the Rolling Thunder. But knowing that, Furia have set up towards long. No smokes available, they can't cut off these sight lines, and the plant is wide open.
Oh, dirty little one-way as well, sitting towards this. No options left really for Mystic here. You can see Enzo trying to just pry them out. Horns come in. Man, Enzo, they're laying on thick. What can he do with it? Any opportunities? And nah, they know it. They know there's no way back into this round. Time to back away. They tried to make something of a very low purchase, to be fair. Don't mind seeing that from Fnatic. And they had a real shot at it. But what this means is we're tied up at 8-8. This, with 3 standing, is putting Furia more and more in a powerful position.
The problem being as well, they've now got a cushion in terms of the finances here. Fnatic scraping the barrel. I mean, other than the rifle saved across, and that's only a 2200 credit buffer. So this is problematic. Fnatic have the benefit of at least the advantage in this ultimate cycle, but you look at what's left. Yeah, actually missed it down to 1600 now.
Careful.
They won't do it again. They won't go back for this A hit, will they? They're almost belligerent in approach. They want this again. Khalil going to commit towards long, but you can already see they've been revealed behind him. How much do they commit to this? With full intent? At least posting up towards long, you can see Mystic ready to try and set something in motion here.
Sure, I was going to say, is that the Rolling Thunder set up here?
But
The aftershock's going to be perfect, though.
Oh, does he get out with his life? Oh, what? How? How has Furia gotten 2 of the kills there? Alpha and Mystic have gone down, and this is a catastrophe in the making. Over towards long, the Prowler's at least going to note the quick progress being made, but Enzo's in danger. He's no longer alone. Boast has made it towards the site, and in great time to bail out Fnatic and keep him in this round. 2 still standing on the other side in Furia.
Look at Jazeen.
How is he here? How the hell is he here? How is he in their spawn? Denies Durka, and now they're divided.
Boaster actually commits to the TP as well. Enzo is left as the solo Fnatic player.
It's all on him. Boaster is a million miles away. Enzo has been the clutch king.
Oh my god. I think he jumped out the window there as he didn't even check under him.
Did not check
30
for a
seconds
second.
left.
And slowly but surely, Mazin has stepped onto the site. 0 clue as to what's going on. There's the drop. He sees him. He takes his life. And now Mazin left in the 1v1 with 17 seconds. Boaster slowly closing in. Enzo has saved Fnatic this round. Somehow still alive. I do not know how they got away with it, but they certainly did.
What an absolute hero. What an absolute hero for Fnatic there. Enzo, even with all that pressure, he doesn't even back all the way to spawn. He sits behind default. He's happy to throw a Prowler down, do a little bit of chip damage, and then actually rewarded. This reposition from Boaster is beautiful. 2 massive kills to take away a side from Furia. And even here, I gotta say, this is kind of a misplay. They have the benefit of the wall being up here. They can stick that plant.
Yep.
They can stick that plant, making absolutely sure there's no risk coming through from Enzo. Maybe just a little bit of pressure getting to them there.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean...
What a lurk from Judges in. I looked at the minimap, I was like, wait, who the hell's that?
Who's in there?
Who's in C-Link right now?
And at 8 to 9, yeah, I can't blame either side for nerves or, any of that sort of, pressure starting to build. Fnatic have been in these instances before. Furia, this is still, those first couple of times we get to see these boys really make their mark on these stages. So, again, the fact they're keeping up to this degree is still unbelievable. We have to give credit to that. This is Fnatic, Mike. I mean, they picked up some of the hottest prospects in EMEA. They have, Durka, one of the best there is, flat out. You have Alphair, the, young wonder kid coming in who absolutely destroyed the EMEA scene. And then you're on the other side, you have Furia, who's just kind of looking damn good round by round, but it's a learning process. And at 8 to 9, they're learning on the go, but right now Fnatic just pulling that one back in. Whew.
This one breaks the money, though, for both teams, to be honest with you.
Yep.
The glass cannon for Durka. A much more passive approach here from Fury in the early round, but, I say passive, they've collapsed immediately towards double doors. The trap's on B. Alphair has to hold down the fort here.
Well, speaking of that young wonder kid, they don't commit his way. And his boaster towards the back of B, getting a little bit of attention, but Durka pushed up by Sewer. He didn't back away from this. He's been holding this angle for quite some time. They do have utility ready to try and clear this, though. See if it does. Prowler on the way in. Sticks just for a little longer, but they're actually heading towards B. This was all a bit of a ruse to force him away from that deeper angle towards long. And it will be Boaster to deal with a lot of what's coming their way. How much can one man do? Paranoia to play with.
Oh my
dear,
God.
they've walked in dry and Boaster is just sweating bullets. He gets away.
The wall saves him.
How is he alive? Unreal. Still 5v5 post plant now. And it's all going to be poured in. That B site is about to get messy. Boaster still alive and kicking, trying to do some damage. Damage on either side, but it's Mystic to draw blood first. Vision goes down, and now you're looking at the rest. They're starting to take back through the side. Khalil.
He's in a dirty spot.
Khalil has not been cleared. Surely they do, surely they do. They spin on past. You can see the trade comes in. Enzo's the one to take him out of the corner. Durka from up on top clears out another. Mazin and QCK, what you got for us? Anything? A quick flash comes in. Spots out one, but there's so many bodies on the site. This would need a miracle.
Let's fucking go, boys.
And I don't think he's got
Double
anyone
digits.
answering. A great shot on the first
Double
down at 30 HP.
digits. Stick it!
Pressure now pouring in from Garage. He's overwhelmed. Fnatic making it to 10. Starting to take the lead away from Furia.
That should be 11. Honestly, with where the money's going to sit, I'm not sure if the plant's even going to have that big an impact. It's not. You're going to be able to scrape together a couple. Now, dare I say it, Furia have looked lethal in their thrifties.
They have. It ain't over. That little ratty angle.
I thought actually that second block of the Sage Wall was a little bit deeper. It would have been a dirty spot for him to be able to play. Because there's a good another 25 seconds or so on that wall.
Goodbye. Okay, a little dangerous. I mean, hero rifle on.
It's a little
QCK.
dangerous regardless for Furia.
True. Give them anything, and they'll make something out of it. Durka again, taking space, and he's willing to put life on the line for this. We saw it towards Sewer, we've seen it towards Long. He wants to keep control on this map. And similar scenes for Furia, though. Straight towards Garage again. This time they're committing behind it, though.
Yeah, Alphair will get the confirmation at least. Puts the paint shell.
Pushes
He's
it.
happy to go aggressive.
That's a little much for me there, but who am I to doubt Alphair?
Bring them down.
Able to get away from it regardless. But Fury are going to have no
Enzo get
idea
cleared?
about... Nope, not cleared.
Uh-oh. Enzo's going to get free reign on this. You ain't going to check it. He spots out one and he waits. The discipline on this man. He finally pulls the trigger, and rightly so. Khalil goes down, spots one towards Sewer, but the call's going to be made. The wall goes up. They want none of it. They're having absolutely none of it.
Mystic and Alphair have taken space elsewhere. Very, very deep control on C-Long. The QCK's got a lurk, but what it equates to, we'll have to wait to find out.
Do they have anything to allow for a
30
cross
seconds
towards
left.
the site? I mean, I guess they've got C-site, kinda.
I mean, do they plant safe or plant for spawn? That's
yeah.
the question.
And they can try and post up on this. It's going to be a headhunter, and the second they turn away, Alphair swings.
Planted.
So they note it, but they do get the plant down. And they have a player deep towards CT. QCK, the one with the rifle, keep that in mind. Two players coming his way. How much can this one man do? Nothing
Durka.
at all. Durka outdoes him. Perfectly done, and they create safe passage back. And now you look across the rest. Stingers, Spectres, odds and ends. It ain't pretty, it ain't gonna be enough. Fnatic.
Digizin's got behind him.
How? How have they done this again? 2 huge kills, but the defuse is coming in, and I don't think you can deny this one. He's out of bullets, he's out of time, and he's out of options.
Let's go.
Still
Let's fucking go, baby.
in
Oh
these
my
thrifty rounds.
god, these guys are so
But
bad.
How do they get to these positions, Mike?
I don't know.
And I'm talking about
I really
Fnatic.
don't know. I mean, the contingency there is that hopefully with 2 members towards C-Long, but then still, Digizine comes behind and finds 2 kills. I mean, if he has another 1 or 2 shots there with the
Could've been,
Headhunter,
yeah.
actually whiffs the first on Enzo, which I hate to call him out, but we're in another reality if he finds that kill, because Enzo's the one preventing any pressure coming
up,
through
yeah.
Garage.
Furia timeout now at 8 to 11.
Oh, well, it all rides on this.
This is the round, Mike.
All rides on this purchase. On the other side of things, Fnatic, Tour de Force available for Durka. Alpha on the showstopper, 2 massive ultimates. Enzo, 1 away from the Nightfall as well.
Furia so close to doing such an over-delivery in form if they were able to push this game. And they still have the round to play with here. It's certainly not out of the realms of reality at all.
It's
Still
so
pretty
funny how
cheated.
Boaster
This-
sits.
We shouldn't even be here in my eyes.
100%.
And that's, we call that harsh. However you want to pin that, we should not be on a map 3 here.
Oh, that guy's
Furia have
left-handed.
massively over-delivered tonight.
An incredible work, really getting to know the strengths of this team. Because
Dude,
against
that's
the
so.
Irish Bullets,
Look at how
one
they
mapping, like,
sit and
okay,
they have their
but then
keyboard.
it kind of fell away
So
to nothing anyway,
weird.
right? It was a little bit hit and miss. This, however, is the real deal. Forcing Fnatic into these scenarios is fantastic. However, we look at this round and we have to really play close attention to every aspect, because this purchase is one that it could all ride on here.
See what the approach is, if there's any caution here. The pressure building now. Fnatic just 2 more
Ugh.
rounds to find on Haven. Furia once again actually find themselves trying to build back in. Going through the motions once again. Slight switch up here from Fnatic. The trap now in Garage and nobody there to hold down the fort. Boaster identified with the Trailblazer. Probe sent out on both sides of the map.
Look at the response coming in. Prowler through towards Garage. Smoke in from Boaster.
Have to make sure they invest some utility towards Durka though.
Ooh. Okay, it's a Prowler to force him away, but it does go far enough. Okay, so we will have to respect that and back off. So early
No
work, I
space
guess,
garden.
achieved.
No space garnered on the back of that. So Furia still have to make a very slow clearance here. Looking towards it, I mean, it's QCK now to be the one, to be the hero really, to prevent Durka from doing any real damage with this Tour de Force.
It's flash. Oh, the paranoia! Wow, he's forced away to CT, so they've got the site, but all that utility is just for one man. The amount you have to deal with just to. I'm waiting to see what Alpha here does with this.
5v5.
Yeah, it is a 5v5 post plant. Spike goes in. First bits of utility.
No, there's
committed.
one guy that
Got masses
sits
of chip damage anyway.
really
You know, Flanking's
unhealthy,
eventually coming
but
in
he's
post,
not
but
playing.
It's pretty far off for now.
There's no smoke
He's
back
called
here for
Redguard.
Khalil.
His
Real
posture
thing off, I think
is
this
oof.
is gonna be the
My
catalyst for
god,
this
that
retake.
guy will need a
There it is, out there,
chiropractor.
gonna set things off. Strike the match and doesn't clear the second player. There's still one down here. Khalil this time gonna get away with it. But there's a no! Durka
No way.
misses! I can't believe he's still alive, but it's Mystic to make up for it with finding the kill. And now down to just Khalil, who was noted earlier on. So the time begins to tick and Durka needs that rifle. And Khalil trying to play the time, but palms are sweaty.
Oh my god!
No way!
And he gets Fury of the round! It ain't over yet! It's a round they needed and they put it on the board.
Khalil goes huge for Furia.
Where did he get that from?
The Red Bull clutch for the 1v2. And that's after he actually lets Alpha find a second kill.
Exactly. And you thought that could have been a mistake?
Slightly behind this smoke here.
Perfect.
Oh my god.
What a round. What a moment.
A moment to catch their breath here.
That was
It's
so
only for a moment,
bad.
Mike.
We look at it as well. Right back the other way. Look at the money that's left after this purchase for Fnatic. I mean, Enzo's bought a Spectre into this.
Yeah. God, it's down to 250, you're right. 200 with Alpha.
Furia win this. They could find 11.
Oh, the tag. Mystic's down a little lower than he'd like. 56
stepping up the
HP.
pace.
But there's so many players here, but they're just going to bully their way through. Alpha is still deleted. They want to go forward, but Mystic and Alpha from the grave still trying to do everything they can The trade out goes in and Boaster sprays in, hoping for connection, but finds nothing. And is 4 still standing for Furia, but held towards Zilong.
Rotation very late coming through from Enzo, but actually Durka anticipating a change of direction here. No, Orb's still available. QCK could take that for the Seekers, actually. Whether or not they're banking on something else happening here, but
Oh my God.
Fnatic have given up C site. They're rotating off this.
Furia, the second they test the waters at sea, they
They
won't
did-
believe what they've been
They
given.
did this exact same thing on A-Long. Do you remember? They sat behind it and they were waiting for the rotation to come through. This time around, Fnatic have taken the bait.
And this is when you get that pit in your stomach if you're Fnatic. You hear the utility, you're going to note the plan.
Yeah, but
It was
that's
a
fine,
risk,
'cause
it
they're
was a
just going
gamble,
to
it was a
save.
risk, and the reward is all Furia's. 4 of them standing, and this
They,
is done.
they know the
this
economy.
round is done.
They have to save. They know exactly what the implications of this round are.
This is 10 rounds. This is 10 to 11. Furia, I can't believe they're back in this game. Genuinely,
fine,
the
they can
margins of error
save.
was so slight.
Boaster can
Khalil's
buy.
clutch, giving them that little bit of life, this exchange on long, and the audacity to do this, just run up. They were taking just straight up fights with Alpha and Mystic, and Alpha was,
I mean-
you know, heroic before for them.
I mean, they're so deep on the peak that somebody just has to stand and take the paint shell.
That's
They're
unbelievable.
literally throwing bodies on the line to get onto C site. And it's all on the back of that initial tag onto Mystic. I don't know if that was confirmed or not. Maybe they saw, if it was a headshot, maybe they saw
Maybe.
through the box that there
But
was a
even
ton of damage
then-
done. But still, it's so brave. At this stage of the game,
Audacious.
when there's been no presence on C-Long for
None.
Furia at all.
Walking into the unknown, and now we see the buy. It was fragile before for Fnatic. We were talking about it. The money left in kind of bits and pieces, odds and ends. A couple of them going for some very reserved buys.
Sorry, what is that shot?
Get out. Get out of here.
And
Okay.
even still, they come in. Fnatic come into this with
They still
light
have a
shields and a Guardian.
Yeah. We go again this game. Unforgiving for both sides. Enzo forced away. Let's see what we've got this time in a switch up. Big look here and a lot of pressure on this man's
Look at the
shoulders.
mid-walk.
The audacity, the bravery. This could be their downfall.
This is 4 deep.
If this goes wrong, it goes to absolute pieces. It gets left in tatters, and the timing on this, that's a massive amount of information.
Oh my God.
Oh, and the 1-for-1 is enough. A little bit of chip damage done, but now we have to look at the rest of the map. It's Enzo who's slipped back. He's fallen away from CT, and seeing these players has to have been a red alert. Surely they are aware that something was afoot. Now the flank is now pretty much disintegrated. There's only one player still on it, but the site's theirs. Fury have their way in, and QCK, are you kidding me?
Surely not.
Pushing up here. He's got 2 flashes to play with. And on the other side, Alpha here, that Boombot won't actually clear
Well,
him.
he's actually going to have to deal
He'll
with it.
swing
He comes ahead of it.
He swings it early. Seekers go in. Finally, the Boombot goes off, but he's still got an advantage. A 4v3. Mystic, Durka, Enzo dig deep. This is the time. You have to do it now. As they find 2 quickly, it's down to Mazin and Khalil on the other side. Surely not another.
What is he doing?
Mystic wants it. He gets
Under.
And now the 1v2 Khalil went clutch before. This would be unthinkable. This would be so improbable.
Let's
And
go,
Enzo
boys.
overwhelms. Kept
Let's
his composure,
go.
held his nerves. He was the only man on that site. And he's the last man to clear back through.
Against all odds, Fnatic turned that back in their favor. QCK with just the boldest of plays
To get that pick.
to play ahead of the Boombot as well, and Durka picks up the slack perfectly. Even swinging ahead of that Rolling Thunder. A crucial round for Fnatic.
Let's go. They're on 12.
And the pendulum swings
Yep.
back now to Furia.
What's the buy like?
That's all the force to round it out.
Okay.
Rifles here, light shields scattered across though.
Ooh. Are they going for a little bit of a stack towards long? Are they going for the pain shell and seize? I wonder if we catch him. We haven't really seen it yet. We haven't seen this yet. We have not seen them depend upon this. Doesn't find what it wants. No harm, no foul at the beginning, but look at the attention towards A-Long.
And Alpha's looking for...
Where did this Omen go?
Sandbag.
What?
Enzo will drift away on the back of this.
First time we're seeing the trap over here, though. Or the first time in a while. We haven't seen it constantly utilized. Now, Durka potentially seen. How much pressure can this man take?
They assume he's dropped off. I mean, you would have to
Think
assume
so.
he drops off after being spotted, but he's still going to be here.
Diligence on the jump peak, though, going to force him away. Now they take the side control. That's going to be a plant, and the post plant ain't bad, because look at QCK's position. Still lingering around in middle. 2 players going that way. If he gets these frags, this could be game-changing. He gets checked by 1, and the pop flash ain't bad either. Buys a bit of time, and he takes the angle away. The audacity on this man!
Oh my god.
Furia don't know when they're finished. Still fighting this out. And now just Alpha here. Looking irrelevant to the outcome. Surrounded on all fronts, now noted. I can't believe it. 11 to 12. What a game.
Just run the last 5 rounds back on
Oh,
repeat.
that's so fucked.
So sick.
Furia come back through here with the prime gaming flawless. Backs against the wall. Now look at the purchase.
And this, man, I have to highlight this again. Just getting the pop flash on, it's re-challenging.
Just hero plays coming out on both sides here, Lauren.
Time and time again.
Furia are playing with such heart right now, refusing to give up.
I mean, how many times is Enzo going to find that little bit of magic to bail him out again, or any of
Look
these
at
players?
the purchase.
Okay, what do we have? Any big influences? Okay, Alfie's got his ult, got a Vandal, we got a Phantom on Mystic, light armor. It's still not pretty. What are they up to this round? A double stack towards Garage. That's a little different.
Careful.
And Furia are paranoid now.
Rightly so. What are they up to?
You see it huddled together. No ultimates on the brink. QCK the closest. 3 away. Khalil 3 away as well. And Fnatic is 4. Are exploring mid once again. They're relying on Alfia being able to slow things down with their showstopper.
But they're walking mid.
They're walking back.
I can't believe this. With the last breath, they're going to try and fight middle, and it's going to be Khalil and QCK. The trades are good,
It's
though.
2 for
Mystic,
2.
he's still holding on to this, but he backs away diligently, does not want to give up his life, and it's a race towards the C site. They're flying over here as best they can, but you can see it. Fnatic hit the brakes. They want to take back Garage control, and now hearing all of this, they know it's going to be that C site take. They can pull all of these rotations in, and the plant and the post-plant setup. What do Furia do with this?
Alfia has to go huge with the showstopper and the retake. Still got the satchels, but it's a
Thank you.
sheriff in the hands of Enzo.
He should be able to get a gun here. I'm pretty sure he
Gonna be
can
able to
probably get a
retrieve one
weapon.
from bottom mid.
Yeah. Oh,
Look at aggressive!
How dare they do this? Alpha deals with one with just a rocket in the pocket, and now the 2v2. The wall goes up, gonna buy some precious time. They're walking CT. And Alpha here, do you expect it? The trade, and now the 1v1. Enzo!
Come on.
so close.
Come on, Enzo.
He needs
Come on,
it.
Enzo.
If they want to win right here, or it goes to OT, and the swing, the seas is good, and they're
Let's go!
Enzo, the one to do it. It ain't clean, it ain't pretty, but they stay alive. And Fnatic in the final hours live to fight another day.
What a map this was. This Haven was so back and forth. Furia giving it
How?
everything they had.
What a sick team.
Absolutely everything on the line here. As Enzo to close things out. We're talking about him retrieving a weapon. It was a Guardian. I
wasn't even a
was
rifle.
like, oh my god, it's only a Guardian. But he makes it work. But what a testament to this team. Furia coming today, everything on the line.
Amazing.
And they played with heart. I said that a few moments ago, but you
God.
can see it in some of these rounds.
What a fiery side.
I got to say, heartbreaking to see them put up that performance
Yeah.
and have to leave us today.
Fnatic, you're a lucky boys today. Gonna call it what it is for a team of such caliber, such notable acclaim. Furia pushed you to your absolute limits. They beat you on your best map. You had to bring out Breeze, and the third was incredible. Furia, what a team. And what an elimination game. This is still the group stage, Mike.
Yeah, they're not.
Mental
They,
series here already in Istanbul. Add this one to the list,
Oh,
honestly.
Yeah, it's going
And
towards the top.
such insane individual performances across the board.
Yeah.
And then even the other side of that as well.
They're not even
Insane
through
performances
the
here today.
So they're
Fantastic
1-1 right
this
now.
way of Valorant.
Like, okay, again, we can characterize some of the issues Fnatic had, but we can't ignore what we saw on Breeze was a whole new look. That's echoes, that's a shadow of who Fnatic were that made them the giants.
They lost against Fnatic, and they lost against 100 Thieves Fnatic, and now they have to play Fnatic again to see who. This is actually elimination match 2. When is this? September 8th. Oh, that's in a couple of days. Wait, this was the last match for today? Oh no, FPS and XZ is going to play. Oh my. The one who wins this will advance. And the other one has to play crew. Ooh. Hoo, hoo, hoo, hoo. Oh, by the way, the Indonesians are out. And these Chinese are out as well. Their first time attending a LAN. I mean the Masters. I think Boom Esports is the same. It's the first time attending Masters and they're out already. I don't know. Zersha is also out. It's a tight team. Dude, all these fucking all the Asians are out. Almost. I don't know how. Oh, Paper X is good. Paper X is like the half fucking Singaporean / Indonesian team. Who else? So we have Leviathan. Ooh, Paper X has to play Team Liquid to advance. That will be this. Ooh, man, so many nice matches, dude. So Optic is through. DRX is a Korean team. They're through as well. There's actually a lot of... See, Mind Freak is Forsaken. It's a lot of Indonesian players. I mean, they didn't play bad. But the next match will be FPX against XZ. That's a match I want to see. They're from the United States. They're American. XZ is a good team. Like, they're not bad. Yeah, XZ is it's American, right? Yeah, they could be Canadian as well. Who knows? Yeah, they have one Canadian, but they're American. But wait, there are no matches tomorrow?
Match found.
I'm actually rooting for FPX now. They look decent. They look like the best team. Like they actually have a set play, how they play. But their firepower isn't. I mean, they will be the best team if they keep on doing what they're doing.
Deathmatch.
They will be the
Warm
best
up.
team. Like for sure, for sure.
Dominating.
In a bit. I don't think it'd take long. It said like 20 minutes, like 10 minutes ago, so. But yeah, you know how long they
Buy
take.
stuff, ka-ching, little skrrr, then we're done. Yeah?
Fight.
Don't hold back.
It could be set, like, scheduled for fucking 20 minutes, but they keep fucking talking. Wait, where am I shooting at? It's this gun, man. I can't shoot with this gun anymore.
Look sharp.
Like, I mean, the skin.
That's done. Embarrassing.
Wow.
Scouts down.
only I can shoot with this fucking gun anymore.
Griff Walker's out.
Ten kills remaining. Five kills remaining.
Dude, I was on his head.
One kill remaining.
Okay, I'm feeling good about that.
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
Pick something nice to kill them with. It's the least we can do.
Fight!
Hit them when they're not looking. Idiots. Lights out. Killed them. Brimstone's dead. 3, 4. Die.
Dominating. Dominating.
Anyone else? Back off.
No way!
You're done.
Ten kills remaining.
Shut up.
Dominating. 5 kills remaining.
Brimstone's dead.
1 kill remaining. Dominating. Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Fight!
Time for a field test. The eyes are down. The eyes are down. Perfect accuracy. One down. Enemy down. I'll feed us in. Goodbye. That's done. Finished.
No!
Ten kills remaining.
What a timing, dude.
kills remaining.
Dick fucking Zeus.
One kill remaining. Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Fight.
Keep up. See ya. Healer down. Party's over. Night night.
What are you doing there?
Dominating.
What are you doing there?
Stay down. Healer down. One down. Yikes. Party's over. Bye.
No!
10 kills remaining. Dominating.
Ooh.
5 kills remaining.
No fucking way.
Eyes down.
One kill remaining. Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
Way.
no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or two. Let me know if you need
Fight.
healing. Find the weak point and break it.
Dropped. One down. One dead. Killed their omen.
No!
Taken out.
Oh.
10 kills remaining. 5 kills remaining.
No more Viper. Sleep tight.
One kill remaining.
I think I'm just going to keep it on low, man. Because there's too much going on.
Match found.
Because I actually want to watch the match. But I'm too invested in this. I'm playing really bad. Like, really bad. I have no zero control.
Death match. Warm up.
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Fight!
Let's make some chaos. Get out of here. Got him. One down.
Fucking easy target. I need to focus on that.
Nightmare's over.
This guy has no sound on. How? Who the fuck killed this guy?
Three for me.
No.
Jet's grounded.
Dominating. Ten kills remaining.
Wow! Just white swings me. What the fuck is wrong with this breach?
5 kills remaining.
Engineer killed.
One kill remaining.
Okay.
Three at a minimum. That tells you, okay, they got 3 there. What are they doing on the rest of the map? Somewhere's got to be light. And as we can see, and as we had seen the other round, if you're Excel on that eco, there are players in and around mid ready to fight as well. So the only thing left is B, and I think they haven't, you gotta get rid of that cam that was up and above. Now it's swapping around in this round, and we actually started with Viper over on this side of the map. But again, they shift towards this super passive retake of B if they need to do it in the late round. And it seems like XSET have got a hint of that. They are starting to move their way in here to the lighter side of the map.
Looking at Ardis's cam, that might be enough to give some information. A TP going through fairly early, so that's actually going to mean that Angel will be here in time, just trying to hold on to the U-Haul in the backlines, but he's been taken out by Zekin.
He was trying to stay away from that flash, but it was just a little bit too precise. XSET picking up the kills and the scythe. And with this, it looks like they have finally found that weakness. I've realized the issue, a little fake at the start towards A. It dragged the rotations, more than willing to play retake. But the retake hasn't worked out, and now FPX are left to save. 2 players versus 5. It just ain't going to happen for them this time around. A really good response from Xset.
The other thing as well is financially, FPX are in the bin. Like, you've got Xiao and Angel with barely any credits, and even the players that are surviving, or look to be surviving, don't have that much to throw into the next round. So don't want to overface, don't want to over-risk it, but a really big round from Xset. And that's the thing. I think that we are looking at 2 teams with 2 very experienced IGLs, mixed in with some young talent. I think it's the best mix at the moment that we currently have in Valorant. Angel, I think 32 years old, Def 30 years old, so they've been around in the game for quite a long time. I think we're going to see a lot of adaptations like that, a lot of reads coming through from either side to sort of pick apart the defense that is currently there, and spotting that weakness, spotting the gap, even though it was something that Angel was clearly aware of with the quick rotation, it was enough to get them in. And the entry fraggers, the youngsters, the 17-year-old of Zekken, he's pretty good on the other side.
Yeah, he's definitely earning his paycheck there on some of those fights. The amount of speed that he's taking, the map control with, the rotations we've seen to cover off extra angles, like that post-plant A wraparound art. This time a lot of players here waiting for him as he slides on through, and he still wins the fight!
Damn.
2 quick duels, and almost the third. Angel only barely escaping. And again, this is going to be an attempted retake, but look at what they've got to work with. The players with the weapons are mostly gone. It's Angel and Artist with sheriffs in hand and bullets in the back. This is a plan for Xset, and a flawless one at that.
The counter utility is just superb. Like, you have the fragment catching anybody else who tries to cross. You have the haunt to give those players up. The flashbangs coming around the corner to leave them in such a horrible position. And okay, Saigetsu's managed to at least get 1 kill, and they do have the credits to buy into the next, but how much more can he realistically do here?
Last player standing.
Yeah, that's about what I thought. It comes down to just spraying it through the smokes and hoping for the best. That was a really good round from Xset, and now showing the depth as well. Remember, the previous round was an attempted play to A. They made some noise. They did practically the same thing as here, a different utility that went out. And then this time around, they change it up. They commit to it. They don't fake it and go back to B. No, they blitz them, win every single duel, and counter perfectly what FPX were attempting on that aggression. And that, from FPX's perspective, means we've had an idea of how to play that early round instead of passive retake on B with, like, players waiting to catch them on the way into A. We'll push up and we'll take the control early. That didn't work out.
What is he doing?
For Angel, he'll lose his life for him. They have
Well,
another
at least
here.
it took
Maybe
long.
that's just a man trapped though. Sagetsu, he's stuck at the half wall, and Zekken will eliminate him as well. This guy is just not missing.
I have this.
Yeah, I was going to say the trade out Angel for BCJ might not be the worst thing in the world, because BCJ has been popping, but
Yeah.
at the same time, now they've lost Saigetsu as well. These aggressive pushes deep have just not been working. Like, Xset have been very prepared for it. Counter util has been superb, and they seem to have a plan in every single fight that just involves setting up this youngster to thrive. The thing is now, how do FPX react? Well, it seems like they're looking to try and pincer further into mid, but they're so prepared.
What is
These
that?
defaults from Xset are catching every
Okay,
single
they.
piece
Oh
until Xiao
my
comes along.
god.
He's going to at least throw down that Nightfall to slow them a little bit. But he has made this round look doable once again. No.
And our position's been too hard to root out, and he's just relocated entirely. They cannot deal with Xiao. He's always good for 1, 2, or now 3 with the final man of death.
Oh, he's hurt.
He's been hurt. Artist, he has the timing, and he misses.
No.
A whiff that could cost him, but no. He'll follow up eventually, remedy the mistake, and equalize the scoreline. That was a little too close, though.
So you remember the last tournament where we had like the stand-in situation for FPX and they looked a little bit shaky?
I do.
And then there was just these rounds where they shouldn't have won, and then Xiao did this sort of stuff. I feel like that's the situation we're in right now. Like, the man is just pulling BS out of absolutely nowhere. Like, the way that Xset is starting off these rounds, they're getting into situations where they should be winning, and then Xiao he pulls 3 kills out of nowhere. Like, absolutely nowhere.
Yep.
Reads it perfectly, repositions back around, and, wow, I think this could be a far more dominant scoreline for Xset if it wasn't for that case.
Let me describe these first 8 rounds to you, excuse me. Xset at this point, it looks like their map pick. It looks like they chose it. They've got great ideas, they've got great executes and fantastic pivots. But FPX are just a good team. they are adapting to this perfectly. I don't know their preparation level. I imagine it's below X-Sets on
What?
this map, but
He lost that?
it's not that far behind.
I don't know.
They're able to pivot more so.
I think we need to get
individual duels.
Brennan here, change a few letters, and it's just, they have Xiao! They have Xiao! Like, I think that's genuinely what we're looking at right now.
And that's always been a factor for FPX. You know, you can have the early round plans. You can have any kind of plan. But ultimately, you leave Xiao in a tough position, and he will deliver to a level that I don't think many people in the world can. Artists?
Oh my, Artist. Let's fucking go, baby. It's all him. It's all him.
Watching it periodically, and Aaron's now only supposed to be watching that, but he has to put down some stars, and that's when Artist comes through the smoke looking the wrong way. He didn't clear it. He was looking for the rest of the team, and instead, he's left Xiao alone. 3 kills needed, and this
That wall actually fucked him up.
Another triple kill round from BCJ. He's keeping these guys in it.
That wall actually fucked him
It
up.
really is the battle of the fades. He's been so strong in afterplant situations. He's been that second man in a lot of the time, and his utility has been sublime.
We'll play
We've
after
seen
this
previously. Like,
match.
some of the runs that happened in NA from Xset, BCJ was performing, I guess, overperforming from what we normally expect from him. If he's going to do that in this series, this would be the time to do it.
That's what I like to see. My battalion brother doing well. You know, I've been on the BCJ hype train a long time, Tom. We're getting the reward.
To have a brother in battalion just means you're one of the 4 people who actually played the game.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I heard that laugh too. All right, that didn't go unnoticed. Me and BCJ will be talking to you afterwards. We'll send Coldamenta after you too. We got a lot of battalion boys in Valorant, that's all I'm saying. And right now, top of the server, 16-4, it's BCJ. You talk your shit about this guy, but he is delivering on the server. And I love to see it. This timeout from FPX called is almost a response. What do we do about this guy? How do we get rid of him?
Yeah, he's had some huge rounds, there's no doubt about it, and especially with the context of this matchup, like making it through into the playoffs. Obviously, last time around, I almost want to say it was a detriment to Xset from the fact they started the playoffs.
Sure.
I think they are a team that hasn't had that time on the international stage, needed to warm up a little bit. I felt like they've had that versus Xerxia this time around. Like a team that ultimately they should be beating and have. Now, well, I'm intrigued to see what happens in this round, because there's plenty of cash available for the Xset side. I'm looking at a Stinger in Zekin's hand. I'm also looking at the Overdrive. I imagine he's about to blitz into a site.
That's it, man. You've seen what this guy can do when he's moving fast with a Vandal. You're supposed to stand still for that weapon. But what his ultimate, that is meant for what he's been doing. 9 and 6. He's had a good game. When you consider it, those are mostly opening fights that he's taking. He's had a ridiculously good start to this. And here comes the ultimate. And the fly on through on the back of it. Zekin, I want to see those finger bumps in action, but he's being revealed and taken down. A fantastic reveal from Xiao. He even follows it up with a headshot delivered. And now, FPX actually have the man advantage. The wall bang attempt. Oh, it was just a second too late.
Angel, he must have been moving at the speed of light, and this fight's getting
Oh my God,
Xiao still surviving in the back corner. Saiketsu's managed to trade another out, and it's now left all on to Aaron. He's been the man in the back lines a lot of the time, setting up that squad, but now they need him to stop this from going to an equalized scoreline. Trapped behind the cage, he has the lineup ready to try and deny anything on the diffuser, but they have a decent idea of where he's going to be already. The grab gets one, but
he didn't get a reveal.
I don't think he did. Either that or it pinged him so fast I didn't even see it.
Yeah. Either way, a ridiculous shot connected. As we tie it up, round 10 sees FPX coming ahead.
Do we have Angel's POV? Because I know he was revealed.
We do, I'm sure we do.
I understand he was revealed, but he was also neon sliding across the screen.
Oh, here you go.
Oh, get out. It was a fantastic horn from Xiao, though. And again, I really do think at this point, it is the battle of the fades. It's who could use their util the best to set up their team.
There's a new episode
and
out.
also just
House of Dragons.
It really is. It's
like
so funny when we go back to what we've said, time and time again about how your fade, first kills, first deaths. They're on the bottom of the tournament. They shouldn't be doing anything, right? You're like the last. You're the clutch player, if anything. I suppose they have been, but not supposed to be this good. Nice shot from Angel.
All right.
Zekin finally punished for some of this early aggression, and it's a clean trade. FPX lose nobody.
Yeah, the expectation with this team is that you're going to have Artist using the operator, but Angel deciding to take it into his own hands. The setup moved onto that A site. it does allow FPX to be that little bit more dynamic. And for one of the first times, we're actually seeing some proper pressure put into mid from Exet. They've been playing the extremities an awful lot. So I get Suma's ready and waiting, and you can see the amount of counter utility he has ready to slow them down.
You saw BCJ get tagged up a little at the start of this round. Just advantages stacking up against Exet at this point. Still a ton of utility online for FPX. Still a few ultimates. Only really Xiao we're looking at, but he's in the right place to use it. And 35 seconds on the clock. Exet are going to have to make their move coming into the next couple. They've got trapwires still to break through, and with Artis posted up on this angle, if they're not cautious on the way in, they could get tripped up, and there you go. The wallbang potential is there. Sagetsu's the one to deliver, and times two's it. Artis still on the back to be rooted out, and they are picking up every single kill.
Yeah, trap behind all the util as well. It will be death to at least 5.
What?
Correction. He might even have time to get the plant in, but I think he's heard the footsteps. He's waiting for the kill, and while Xiao even just goes diving to make sure that he's not going to be able to get that plant.
The fuck
it will
was
be
that,
FPX
dude?
to take back the lead, and I'll be intrigued to see the finals. They're actually not bad. Exet's still able to purchase.
There's a timeout for Exet. They're able to buy, but this is their last round of the half. They want to make sure that they can equalize up. Call that timeout here. You know, you spoke a little bit earlier about Exet in the previous tournament and getting seeded deep, and I spoke to them at that event, before it even, to ask, because I think afterwards, you know, if you lose, you'll go, oh, it was a disadvantage. You know, you don't want to introduce that bias, but beforehand I spoke to them, and they said the same. We're like, there really are just two perspectives to it, and you never know until you're on the surface whether you're going to benefit from it or not. And I think for Exet,
FPX,
one of those teams fresh to this level of play, it's a great thing for them to be able to warm up in groups. Started out there with slightly easier opponents who aren't coming in swinging. That was my POV from the very get-go. And we're seeing them do well here, but this half may yet to be really.
These guys, this guy has such a nice, nice accent.
I think one thing
they won the last tournament though. FPX.
Obviously, Cypher is one of the agents, especially facing up against.
I think they're a great team, but I think they're just decent right now.
If you note that last round,
they're the only team that actually has a set play.
And if he does,
they actually have strategic plays, and they have a set play how they play on the map, and they stick with it. They just adapt a little bit, but they stick with it.
Once that knife is gone, I can come back. And
all the other matches are just, it's like I'm watching ranked matches.
As well in the same regard. The traps are down on this A site. He's on his way to B to put that camera, and then he'll be playing on the only other part of the map he hasn't yet touched around.
Oh yeah, against BRX, you're right. Yeah.
Involved in
I think, yeah, it was.
You can see how
yeah, it was because they almost won.
To keep him alive, first of all, which is also an interesting thing when you consider his.
But that's the thing, PRX.
That you're protecting till the end of the
it's
round.
just scrambled eggs. That's what all the other fucking teams do. It's just scrambled eggs. It's not how to play the game.
It's a very different.
And FPX is like FPX feels like a real fucking CS:GO team.
This will be doing. Again though, slow early take. The read coming through again. They're gonna rotate early. Angel is now in position after seeing nothing, and he's actually going to look to peek in front, but again, BCJ is going to be there to start things off. The opening duel going their way, and an afterplant looking very likely now. Wonderful shot from Zekken.
You can just see the benefit of this Neon, the pacing, catching them so far off guard. Good plant, and of course, you can't spam it. That's the downside of that spot, is you can get spam, but you've got the Astral Cosmic Divide in, so there's absolutely no way. Now at this point, post plans for Exet. Able to play nice and far back. No utility online for a little bit over on the FPX camp, and that's just going to delay them even further. Good snake bite though. Def is in trouble.
He actually kills that. You've got to be kidding me.
Aggressive so that the null command actually takes out their utility, so the retake can't have the screen. And while now Zipan looking to just try and take the firefights, it's going to be an even half in the end. Exet able to stabilize a little bit towards the end, but honestly, it's about where it should be with how this game has gone.
Yeah, this is definitely a
No, it's not. No, they don't play more solid.
They
They just have a set play.
Throughout that first half, and I guess the question is there a beneficiary of this scoreline? It's so early in Pearl, and for both of these teams that I would say it's impossible to say. But the one thing that really does draw my eye is
Like, you can literally read how they play.
and I want to see what he's doing on the defensive side to get an idea maybe of what that defensive side could look like. Let's toss it over to the desk.
Oh my god.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. This is what we wanted to see. Two world-class teams playing on Pearl, and Ryan, what a treat.
But XZ isn't a bad team. They're good. Like, XZ isn't a bad team. They're good.
When it comes to some of the Fade performances they've been able to put in. Very different, I suppose. And know what to expect. He's clutching.
Excuse me.
Match found.
I need a cola, man. But I'm too lazy to go to the kitchen.
Death match. Warm up.
If you're not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
Fight!
Focus now. Eyes off me. Away with you.
Dominating.
Next. You lose. Toaster is broken. That's 3.
Dominating.
One less.
No.
Not your best.
What? Oh wait, somebody else killed me.
Ten kills remaining.
Pardon, monsieur.
Remaining.
Dude.
One kill remaining.
He was below me.
From Zekken, able to isolate the player on site, and just one by one we just see these FPX players fall. And even still, it looked like they were going to be able to steal this round away just with the last second moments from Xiao. But BCJ, he hasn't missed a beat. 20-6 at the moment. Him and Zekken just flying high on the server. And wow, 9-6, weaponry in the bin. Okay, there's a showstopper online for Zipan. Maybe he can try and find something with it, but ultimately, you can't expect much from FPX in this round.
20-6 as a support player over on XSET. The amount of rounds, I mean, close to half the rounds on the board were him putting them up there. Just a phenomenal game from BCJ so far, and he has picked one hell of a moment to step up. Champions of the last event now being challenged severely. Look at this from Zekken. He knows something's gone on. Someone's heard the smoke now. They've seen it. They know that these players are crossed. They know they're close. FPX, they should have an idea that XSET will be suspicious of this. I mean, there's no way nobody heard that smoke bloom. So they're still going to approach this with caution. They've lost Xiao for their trouble. This is where those players up behind want to try and blitz back through, but they realize now the trap has been sprung. XSET were waiting, and that op is just picking them off.
Yeah, it's isolated battles as well. You're giving these individual fights over to XSET, and while they were winning them up until this point, Cryo, though, finally put into position with that operator. He's been one of the quieter players, but when they need him, he's stepping up, and it's left on to Saigetsu. He's at least doing a little bit of damage. Another headshot connected. Depth a little bit low, and it's awkward. But he eventually gets the job done. Only 2 players survive for XSET, but more importantly, they've hit double digits.
I mean, I'll tell you what, if Zekken had died a little bit closer to B-Long, I think we could have had a clutch just there. All he needed was a weapon in his hand. He had the time to get that kill, but the Sheriff rate of fire not quite meeting up to standard. Phenomenal. I mean, that TP used essentially as a bait for those players in mid to think, okay, he's on the back foot. He's worried about this guy about to swing out on B-Long, so we get the backstab now. But no. In fact, The victory is theirs. They put it 10-6, double digits secured, and FPX, well, they're putting all their credits on the line here and now. They do come in here with pretty much all their ultimates, although XZ are pretty close as well.
Well, he didn't hear the TP. He didn't hear it. It just goes straight across, and Angel was able to get a free kill onto Cryo. Sound not heard. And that's a big problem. The amount of control that's been taken. Zekken, I think he might have just spotted out a pixel, so sees the Prowler coming through, but goes back for
He
more.
went
This
back?
Shut out.
Okay.
What a lunatic. I love it. It's worked a lot of the time, but this time around, the punish is there. XZ now sectioned out. Def has a nade at his feet. A Paranoia dodge, though. He might be able to catch them with this swing, but, well, he's being swung on himself. Too much control for FPX. They've already owned the entire map with a double from Artis. This one's all but done. BCJ, he's had some fantastic clutches so far this game, but the 1v5's a little too much to ask.
Yeah, you know, I think they can give him a break in this one. Just want to hold on to the weaponry as well. Like,
there
you
goes
can
that
see
clutch percentage.
Yeah, well, second
B.
also is very, very low on credits. So just making sure he keeps a rifle. Shao. Are they just going to bypass each other? I don't know.
I
don't know if he'll check back.
ik denk dat hij niet recht loopt.
Oh, they've gone straight past. It's
Beetje een
almost
misvormd
perfect.
lichaam.
he's just walked around. Shao's going, no, he can't be A. I've cleared A. Like, there definitely isn't anybody over that side of the map. And while I think for that reason, BCJ is going to get away with this rifle. So that'll probably secure their buy for the next round, give them something to play with. And I believe, although FPX do still have a fair amount of ults, I think the same was happening for Exa on the other side.
Now we saw those ships in the night there. Of course, that was Yeti showing us the third-person angle, and Sapphire as well. We got to give shout-outs, man, because this map, there's not been a ton of data on it, so it can be kind of hard, but we've been catching all the action, so shout-out.
Maar gooit los, man.
Like, even for us, we come in, first time casting Pearl, it's a little bit nerve-wracking, and then you just remember that all of the observers we have here are massive nerds. And so it doesn't matter. Like, they're going to catch everything. I just have to sit here and go, ooh, look, he got killed. Like, makes my life so easy.
It does.
I love
it really
those guys.
does. Oh, here we go. Zekken again, and he's through for one. He can't seem to go into a situation like that and come out without some sort of value.
Lucky.
Great spray, Def down. And we're back to even numbers. The 3v3, though, this is a huge problem for XZ. They've lost so much of their control, and that timing.
What are these last couple of rounds?
Just pixels away, man, and he's still going. The cam, did it see him? He doesn't even know. I don't think so. It's on the other side of the wall by the looks of it. He comes around, and it looked like Angel was ready, but maybe didn't expect him to be quite that close.
Again, BCJ able to give them back that advantage. Prowler being thrown into the A site, but doesn't find anything just yet, although Aaron is going to spot them out, so that push coming through. There is still the Nightfall available if FPX choose to use it. It might not be a bad spot, but they've got to try and clear out this back corner, and Aaron's still
What is he
Not
doing?
spotted at all, leaving Shao left, low on HP, stuck in a horrible spot.
Aaron is just such a fun player to
30
watch
seconds
from the
left.
perspective of discipline. In that duel, he's holding a pixel angle. I think he tagged Artis twice in the body, and he didn't dare to peek again until the smoke had bloomed. And when it does, he only repositions into a corner, gets away from the utility, and perfectly follows through on that kill. Shao's got 10 seconds, 3 players to take down. I think we all knew that wasn't going to happen this time. 11-7. XZ steaming into the lead here in the second half. A little bit of a hiccup last round, but they seem to have resolved that one. And to be honest, that's one of the weaker duels I've seen from Zekken. Normally that's first bullet accuracy, and he gets the second kill. This time he needed BCJ to color in between the lines, but they got it done.
I think that's the thing that XZ are doing incredibly well, though. It's not necessarily that first point of aggression, it's the re-aggression. Like,
Hij
they
wil
never
drinken,
snap,
pak half
they're
grap,
just
soms
sitting
drink,
still,
BRB.
waiting for FPX to come to them.
BRB,
They're
BRB,
consistently
BRB.
hunting around the
Fast,
map
fast.
to try and find out, okay, where are they going? What can we do to sort of put this in our favor? And you've got players like BCJ, like Zekken, just doing so much work in those spots. The only time they've really struggled, even on this defensive side, is when they've been caught out by something. So Cryo getting really aggressive and Angel being able to TP past the angle. Other than that, well, I can see why FPX have called a timeout here.
to be honest, from a different perspective, obviously that being caught out by a sound cube, but even just on game plan side, that's really where the concern comes from with picking a map like Pearl. I mean, for Xset, they're in the perfect spot to pull out a pocket pick like this because they're the underdog in this series. Generally, whenever we see a new map come out, it is the favorites that avoid it. It's the favorites that outright ban it because that is where ultimately the skill level is going to be a little bit closer just because we haven't had the time to fully flesh out this map and develop it. So for FPX coming in, there's certainly opportunities, but this now becomes difficult. They have 2 rounds left on the defender side to pull this across the line. And just look at the ultimates. I mean, not on any one particular side. This is going to be a charged round.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say...
Good, Xset wins this.
Never give FPX anything. We've already seen it in this tournament. We saw it at Masters.
I don't see...
Any small detail that is missed, and this team can come back into a game in a matter of seconds. So
I think they will
I'm
lose this.
sure they're not going to underestimate their opponents. As I said, they've got some very experienced players over on their side, and I'm not talking about the Battalion pros. Either way, wow, a lot of ultimates on.
Dude, some of them were Battalion pros?
I don't actually think he was spotted.
What?
Hold his ground. They even have a grab
what?
in case somebody is in position. He's going to keep pushing. Oh!
What a fantastic
this guy is...
That's more like it, yeah?
Exactly! That's why we say it!
This
You know,
guy
and he
is
does it
so
coming
much
out of the
better than
sprint
them.
as well. Oh, the smoke went down, BCJ swung, and the bullets just whizzed right past Sitban. The same in the other direction. He spotted one towards the back. No idea how many players are waiting for him on the other side. FPX are spread out, though. They're not looking to push just yet. I don't expect Sitban to go charging through. In fact, if anything, I think he probably pops a bit of utility here, tries to bait that rotation so FPX can punish. They hope now.
Dude,
they
he's
found
still
the lighter
here.
side to the
He's
map.
still here.
Second
He's still here!
He re-emerges from the door and takes
No
Angel down.
way!
The game plan's not working, and they've got 25 seconds left to choose where they're going.
This kid is just nasty. 2 headshots through the door. Like that's it. He's just been re-peeking. That's what this whole round has basically been. The rest has just been delaying. I think they've just given up. They've just gone, you know what? Fair play. We're just going to let them get to 12. We can't fight back into this round at this stage because they haven't actually spotted out any of the setup. All they know... Oh, there's a neon at the door.
That is unbelievable. I mean, it didn't even come down to utility usage, anything like that. It is discipline across the map, and that's the first thing I want to say. Number 1 reason that you lose a round like this is a teammate on B or A overextending, making a mistake, deciding, hey, we're 5v4, but I'm going to push B long and get the extra info. Oh, I'm dead, and they're planning B. It happens far too often. But as I said, it's about Aaron over on that A site. He is so disciplined that you will just never see him give away those kills. He was sat on the back of A while his teammates are kind of peeking every so often going, yep, he's still there. And he just sat there. He held a wall for 2 minutes. And that's fine. Aaron is a patient guy. I'm losing my mind watching it, but he's just like, oh, okay. If they don't come, they don't come.
Oh, no.
Okay. I
Let's
thought
go,
Zeka was about to do it
finally.
again. Almost had the perfect timing. You can see the rifle looking to be retrieved, an upgrade. That's one of the vulnerabilities for FPX right now. It's going to be in position. Prowler this time, and well, it goes quite a bit better when Zekken isn't at the door anymore. Aaron, though, now he is being that little bit more aggressive, but he's been spotted. That still gets away with one, and the trades again
this
for
BCJ,
The
dude.
man is just unkillable. Down to just 9 HP, but he's given them some hope in this round.
That's the spike down, and look at how wise
2v2.
he is to back away entirely. He is low HP, all right? 2 versus 2. He is more valuable right now as a camera, just holding down an angle. But further past that, they have a showstopper, and it's possible that they pop that and go through. It's 12-7, right? You don't take risks in a round like this. He repositions so they
I
can
can
try to
actually see what he's calling.
And in the end, as I said, he is now...
I can read what he's calling, that's what I mean.
But he's one of the strongest players in this tournament. Operator in hand, the consistency is through the roof. And Tom, he is moving into just the right position. He'll be holding this angle from spawn. He's now posted just as they emerge.
No.
And there's the shot. Zipban down. Sagetsu left 10 seconds and no shot. Cryo with both. 13-7. We close out map 1. This is a beautiful display of Valorant from the Xset boys.
Yeah, a very enjoyable match of Pearl, it has to be said. Some back and forth in the first half, but once they got onto that defensive side, there just seemed to be no stopping them. And you look at the 2 players at the top of the board, BCJ having one hell of a match, only dying 7 times, and you think of the amount of impact he had throughout the entirety of that game. Zekken leading the charge. That was always the questions we had about these players. Okay, they can do it online, they can do it at home, they can do it when they're in North America. They come to an international event, go straight home, just like a lot of the other NA teams have done in the past. Then they come into this and go, okay, they beat Zersha. Like,
That's,
fair enough, the team we kind of expected them to be. But
whose pick was that though?
Totally impressed with what they were able to do. Picking this FPX team apart, re-aggressing, re-emerging in rounds that almost looked done, and even having some crazy clutch plays along the way. This is one hell of a start. There is still 2 maps to go.
You gonna stop making fun of me for my pick'ems now?
They haven't won yet, Mitch.
I'm just saying, I put them as an S-tier team, and you said not a shot. So, I don't know, they've just beaten on one map.
The thing is, though, it wasn't a pick'em, it was a power raid.
Power raid.
And those are very, very different
I don't care,
things.
Tom. To be honest, Tom, I don't give a damn. It's all the same to me. This team is looking fantastic, and we were worried about Pro. We weren't sure what to expect, but it turned out to be the gem they were hoping for. With 13-7 on the board, that's got to represent one of the toughest losses that FPX have experienced. But, as we said, this is where these sort of things will happen. Yeah. For the underdog picking the new map, it gives you that little leg up, and you can see that FPX were not ready for this necessarily. There's a lot of work to be done on the
They
Pearl.
thought we were playing Split, right? Didn't they?
Exactly.
They said that in the interview.
Yeah, they banned it. They saw pick Pearl. They're like, can they do that?
Yeah.
Well, unfortunate for them this time around. But now, Tom, here's the benefit. They're not that bad on the next 2
They're
maps.
quite good at Fracture.
Pretty familiar with
They're quite good
Fracture.
at it.
That's going to be coming up next. For now, though, we're going to toss it off to a break. We'll see you real soon.
You're not that bad at Fracture, mate. Yes, that's true. Ugh.
Match found. Death match. Warm up. Dominating.
Ooh, oh.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet.
What?
Can we celebrate that?
What?
Fight.
Who leap high?
Three for me. Get out of here. Three for me.
Dominating.
Ha! Four.
Holy Lord, my dude. Come on. No fucking way.
Nightmare's over. Engineer killed.
I don't fucking see them. I need to turn this off.
Ten kills remaining.
Got him. Nightmare's over. One down. Oh. 3 for me. Snuff out.
No. No way!
5 kills remaining. One kill remaining.
Woo! 3 for me. There we go. Nice work, everyone.
Oh, that was sick.
The thing is, the afterplant from FPX is a decent one. They can almost sit out of this, and as well, you mentioned the aggression in the last map! That shot is absurd! And it's going to give them the man advantage into this fight.
If I'm not wrong, that was a wallbang through Aaron. They go to the site, Sagetsu up top, not spotted, and he has a free kill. In fact, it's not free, because Artis has stolen it from under his nose. 1-0. A great start for FPX. The trading on Dish was perfect, and from there, they didn't leave anything unchecked.
I think this is why a lot of people are going to question that Cypher choice. It's not necessarily because the agent is bad for the map or the setups or the ideas that they had. It's just what Artis can do when he's allowed to get aggressive, when he's allowed to get up in your face, and he has that get out of jail free card. So I think that it's going to be really tough to play against. And sort of leaning into the stat, the last few times they played this, 13-7 Paprex, 13-7 Optic, 13-5 Fnatic, 13-5 DRX. Like, these are all top teams, innovative teams that they have battered.
Yes, and that's obviously the concern here. It's why you look at this series and you think, well, look, if FPX win the first map, it's over. And if it goes to 3, it might still be over in favor of FPX. I mean, look, there's no secret. FPX are favorites. These last 2 maps favor them. It's an uphill battle for XSET, but they've got the buffer. They've got the safety net to play with. The second round won't see any real success. We just got a few pistols to play with. Headhunter on Cryo has 2 shots in it for FPX. They do have to be cautious when pushing. They don't want to run into a stack. And Tom, I see 4 players on the B site. An opportunity for some damage, perhaps.
Yeah, it does look like they're walking right into where all of the players are currently sitting.
They bought
Far Cry
Vandal
has been
second
left to
round.
almost just work as that one defensive
I
unit
mean,
on the
I
other
guess
side of the map.
that's even
They've been
better.
able to get quite far. They'll have the information of Zekken and isolate him easily, but Def has been able to find one. They don't check for me.
Oh shit, he fucking whiffed all of that.
But it can be so cruel.
Yeah, that's RNG right there.
left.
Unlucky.
All right.
One fight. You know, he had his pistol round.
Your
He had a
bias is
second.
showing.
No. That's I saw the server tick rate dive, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
I think I saw some lag on his screen. Cryo, last guy alive. 2 shots in the head. Hunter only fires 1 before he's met by Xiao. That's the second round for FPX, locked in and secure. Now XSET get to respond. Rifle's about to come through. Whoa! That was 1
close.
FPS. Wow.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Don't run it back. We don't need a replay on it, but just trust me.
So
that
what you're
looks
saying
horrible.
is that wasn't his fault. You're blaming the entirety of the production team
I
here
think
at
the power
Riot.
went out.
The people that hire you, you're blaming them.
No. I think it was the power. A power outage. It could have been lightning.
I don't know. There's a lot of lights on in here.
Yeah. It's probably draining from the power of his PC. I'd say.
Okay.
Something like that. Unlucky either way.
It's a good thing you don't work in tech.
Yeah. I actually used to be an IT engineer. Yeah. We used to get called back to places all the time. They just kept breaking stuff. That wasn't me. Third round.
This is the thing with FPX. They always have these better buys going into these rounds because of the way they purchase. You've got the light shields. You also had some pistols in the previous that they normally do. And they've already managed to find the opener onto Cryo. A huge head to take early in this round.
That's a massive kill. The follow-up there, though.
Okay.
An unlikely hero steps up to the plate. Def. Your flasher, your breach player picking up the first. He has seen players cross up into heaven. They've got to be worried now about that. Not just heaven, but the fact that they can't necessarily take the fight without main control. Second, a bit of a whiff. He's gotten damage done, but now FPX should have the sight off the back of it. No Viper Wall to get them across. Angel smokes are down. They need to go here and now, but look at XSET re-aggressing, taking the control back. The 2v2, Xiao low, Zipan. If he goes down, this round becomes very difficult, but he's made it out with the spike.
Oh, this is smart. Like, you can
30
see
seconds
XSET, they're
left.
slowly clearing all of the angles around the site, almost patiently waiting for this move. I don't know if they're going to realize in time. Like, it's going to be a solid afterplant situation for FPX before they even begin to move because they've spotted the spike within the B site. But I think it was actually BCJ smoke that allows them to exit back through. Just a nasty surprise for them in a moment's time, and I think the realization is slowly coming through.
Yep. And now it's certainly dawned on them. BCJ and Aaron have the clutch on hand. No way for any of these ultimates to come online. It comes down to positioning, and FPX have the timer on their side. This clock just running down, ticking away. And so many angles left to clear. You see, it's only now that they're even gaining vision on the site. These players could be up and drop. They could be literally anywhere, and it's the cross being held by Zipan. That causes problems. Great tag to BCJ. Follow up by Aaron. We've seen a player here before, and Aaron won't fall to it this time. A 3K from this man. With the defuse, one step closer to having that res, just one orb away. FPX though, and this is the downside. You see a team like them come into round 3 after winning 2-0 to start. They've got full rifles. You think, hey, now it's an eco, easy peasy. But no, it's the light shields. It's the way they buy early. And they're right back into a buy round.
Yeah, and the danger as well is that they're also going to have the tour de force, which you've seen how Artis has already started off this game. He has been fierce in the early stages of this one. Now we are going to have ourselves a slight pause going into this next round, so some time will be taken to maybe that power outage.
Yeah, no, I told you those lights. Yeah, they're someone's hooking up to his PC.
They're definitely off.
Yeah, now we'll be good to go. Well, the technical pause coming through, and it's not a bad time for it. It's still very, very early days. As we said, this is about to be the first proper buy round, I guess, for both teams, although really FPX came into the previous with much of a proper buy round as you like, but it's that tour de force. The one-shot scoped weapon coming out represents a big danger for the XSET side as well as that. They're not going to have a ton of money after the previous round.
We had a client crash. Client crash.
One of our clients are clashing.
Well, I would say probably everyone at the moment.
Well, yeah, I suppose a bit of a scrap on the server. Luckily, we keep it there. This technical pause should be remedied shortly then, if we're just loading right back up. That language there, what is it? So different to everything else.
I think it's Thai, but I'm not certain. So I'm sure if I'm wrong, there would be a lot of people correcting me.
We did look, and it was like, we figured it could be Thai in a different font. right? Because it doesn't look exactly like the alphabet, but in a cool font, maybe.
Okay. I don't know about that.
I don't know, man.
Oh,
I just want to
God.
know. I'm always interested. The one that got me before was always Mola Mola. I never knew, because it's a fish. I was really confused why we said timeout, Dommer, like a couple other languages, and then it was just fish. But no, it's actually also doubles up. I think it was Turkish in the end.
I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like
Someone in the stadium shout at me if it wasn't. There we go. There's Turkish.
Well,
Pretty
okay.
conclusive.
Okay. Yeah,
Everyone in the stadium was
conclusive
paying
evidence.
attention to me right there, so we're good.
Well, before you irritate someone, which is probably already happened.
Oh, it's too late.
I'm going to look at like what we'll actually have going into this next round, because I think that although we do have the Tour de Force available for artists, there are a lot of ults that are very close to being online for XN. Now, obviously, the main sort of gimmick, I guess, of Fracture is the fact that you can fight for the 4 orbs around the map. There's opportunities to get Def with that Rolling Thunder, potentially to have that into the next round. The res is something you mentioned that they kind of threw that extra orb onto. The question will be is how much can they sort of get out of those ults, and if they can get the right orb, because that always seems to be the difficult thing for the defensive side, is almost trying to read your opponents to the point where you go, okay, I'm going to go for this orb because you're probably trying to go for a different one.
Well, Tom, I've heard from production, and unfortunately, we'll be going back in, I'm kidding. The game's ready to roll in just a moment, and I already see the timer ticking away, so let's get right back into Fracture. Round 4 about to kick off, and as we said, the buy round in full effect. Artis, he has got a rifle in his hand. Whether he's going to pop the ult with the rifle,
I would say probably not.
I don't imagine so. Keeping it for an eco, perhaps. It's been a curiosity for the FPX side. We've seen a couple of times. A difference between them and others, and this rifle round here on the attack, we'll see a very slow approach. A trap on north side, and everybody else scrapping for the southern side of main in each site. Looks like that's a fake, though. The boom bot thrown through. A lot of control, some smokes, and now they start to shift to B.
Yeah, just slowly walking their way back. You can see the clearance of under. Nobody currently pushing that far. In fact, it is a relatively passive hold at the moment for the side of Exit. Execution, though, beginning to come in, and he's been caught. So much utility thrown in his direction. It's on to Def again. He had a solid start to the game, but Angels ended up getting a clean double. And now, well, everything just seems to be falling apart for Exit.
Yeah, I mean, he's the first man in, but I want to look at the assists. I mean, I don't know if I can request right now we get a replay from the start of that round just to kill, because there were 3 assists. That was in a matter of seconds of the round starting, and 3 players assisted Angel in getting that frag. And that just goes to show how difficult it is to hold a site up against a team like FPX. They will play it slow sometimes, but when they decide to come at you, they are instantly in your face. And XSET are even losing players from behind now, with Aaron falling. Cryo's left alone, and there is no safe haven for him to fall to.
He's stuck in the mud. He's being flanked, but he is actually going to be spotting out that player. Angel really wants to get rid of this extra gun, but at the cost of their own economy, they do have to be a little bit careful. Now, they have the Tour de Force, so it might actually be worth risking just to remove that final gun. The problem, though, for Exet is financially they are in the bin. Like, they just about managed to scrape through the last round in the 2 versus 2. But if they are going to buy into this one, it's not going to be particularly pretty.
Yeah, that's definitely a big blow dealt by FPX. And again, the ability to essentially run it back on that buy round. You have your bonus, quote unquote, which is a chance to experiment with a buy round, almost win, and then bounce back in with an advantage. It's frankly gross how they play this game. They're taking just milking every advantage they can out of those early rounds. Reveal, snake bite, they're ready for Cryo, but he wins the duel, still pays for it with his life.
Yeah, an early trade, not too bad to be honest, because that was the rifle. That was what they actually managed to keep it from the previous round. So no surprise that you do see that little bit of aggression coming through from Exet, basically just trying to get that rifle into position where it can do damage. And you can see the orbs actually being retrieved. Viper's Pit available for Saigetsu. I don't know if he'd use it in this round, like fighting off against the eco. You can see Xiao just doing a little bit of spring cleaning as they do get rid of the remaining weapons.
I have the spike.
Down to the core it goes as FPX make their way around to B. They've already had their even trades, and they still have a ton of utility to clear out. You can see the nade up top. Great shot from Artis. He's got it on lockdown. Actually kind of interesting to use that ult now, because obviously you're in the anti-eco. So pulling that out, they kill you. They can't pick it up. You're just going to get a classic from your body. So it really does pay off this time around. And I mean, look, I think it's fair to say he's favored in the ranged fights. He's just scoped in, taking down Aaron. And it is a clean round after that initial duel, which is perfect. They've dealt with the rifle in a 1-to-1 trade, and they've not struggled with any other aspect of closing out this round.
Wow, BCJ. He's just hoping he can catch someone on the way out. Obviously not wanting to hold on to what will be the last weapon. And, well, this kill won't actually benefit him too much. It gets the extra orb, but there's no gun to be had. That's why Artis is pushing so aggressively, wanting to try and remove a little bit. And, Sagetsu, maybe not.
And that's why he's pushing aggressively to get the kill.
He just wanted the kill. Like, that's just Sagetsu. Like, the man has flashy gameplay as well as flashy trousers.
There's the timeout called. Xset needing a moment. Coming into this next buy round, 4 ultimates online, but a few for their opponents, and in particular, Nightfall, Viper's Pit, 2 big threats. You slip up, fighting back into any site becomes a whole lot more difficult once that Viper's Pit comes into play.
The thing is, looking at Xset though, they have basically the perfect setup for a retake. Like, aggress on one side of the map as a squad. If you run into the stack of players, okay, maybe use a Rolling Thunder, use the overdrive to sort of try and shut that down. You got the tour de force as well. Then in terms of the retake, if that doesn't work, you still have the res available. Maybe you could leave Cryo playing like...
Al deze vervelende momentum timeouts is toch wat ze aan doen, waarom ze het doen?
Catch a player, if he goes down, you can res him back into the round. So
maar ik denk niet dat dit een momentum timeout is. Want dit is een buy round die ze nu hebben.
The terrifying thing though is that
En ik denk dat...
he almost took being put on Cypher personally. Like, I feel like he's looked across at Angel and goes, I'm just going to show you what I could have done if you let me play my agent.
Yeah, Angel, you wanted to op on B-Long, didn't you? Yeah, how did that go, brother? Wow. 4-1. A strong start. You know, I'm even just looking down at Xset, and the thing that I think immediately... You put down a Viper's Pit, get Rolling Thundered. The scariest thing then is to have a player like Zekken.
Yeah.
With or without his ult, I couldn't give a damn. It seems like a Vandal is 100% accurate when running for him as well. So he comes dashing on through while you're stunned up, and, well, you're getting gunned up. Luckily, to start this one out, we're not going to have Cryo get gunned up. He is instead disappearing back to the B site. Early aggression not working out for Xset. Hold by BCJ. He's got lots of support, but FPX don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to sell early presence in towards A main in the majority of rounds, with the ultimate goal of doubling back and fighting in towards B. The thing is, though, this time, Cryo is waiting, and actually it's only going to be a tag.
Not too often that you get to see a tag from that. The wall a little bit too thick, getting in the way. Artis will survive, and for this man, with an operator still in hand, I mean, it's not ideal, but it's pretty close to idyllic. 48 seconds left as they look for the push. And again, these reactive ults on Xset, especially your Rolling Thunder, a big problem for them right now. They need to make their way onto that site. That's exactly what Zipan will do, and it's to bait out the Rolling Thunder. He's the only man hit by it.
No.
They'll respond in kind, but Xset, they are dominating in the duels.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
and the thing is, the time is just gone. Like, 25 seconds to try and make a move. Nice shot from Xiao. They've already used that Nightfall, though. Unless they can get right into the site and put a Viper's Pit down, I don't really see how there's any way they try and get into this. And while nice reactive use of the ultimates there from Xset. Basically just slowing them down, stunning them up, and having Cryo on that cross. It was almost exactly what I wanted to see from them.
I do like the idea from FPX of sacrificing Zipan, essentially. Dives in there to his death, but they weren't able to find the space on the follow-up. Ultimately the problem. 4-2. A response from Xset that's well-founded. It cost them a little bit, but it cost FPX a lot as well, so I don't think they're going to be too upset about that, especially with the fact that they could very well have had that opening duel.
I think
frankly, that was, there was no wall in the way there.
Well, yeah,
leg hit his hand. Was it his leg?
If it's a leg shot, then it wouldn't have killed him.
It was real. I mean, it looked like he shot.
I think he was on the leg and then maybe flicked up a bit, like while shooting.
And then, of course, you have to remember like server tick and everything like that when we're observing. We're not like on the player's POV and so on. But I think that one probably would have been player POV. Anyways.
Already. No tour de force, but there is an operator in this
Let's
time.
go.
But Ardis is going to take that opening battle. He's been fantastic so far. The swing out from Aaron, though. He takes a lot
What
of
the
damage, and he
fuck, dude?
pre-fires the rope. Ready! Looks for a little bit more. Not quite there, but it was very close. Angel down to just 47 HP. 3v3.
Look at what Artist met de Alpen boven
They're
ging.
going to go down, but I think this is more being used just to shut them out from being able to see the map.
Woo!
Just destroying. Like, he really is making a statement game at this point.
Beautiful trade.
Trade.
No problems for FPX when you've got a guy like Artist dominating in those early duels. I mean, the operator comes through as, I guess, the highlight for FPX in that round, and well, that was starting it out. It certainly was in the end.
He has double the kills of anyone else in the server.
Yeah.
Like that's literally the difference at the moment. Like, you look at everything else and you remove Artist, it looks fairly normal. But yeah, as I said, I almost feel like he took that personally from the last one. I was just like, now it's my time. 5 and 2. Shutting him down is not going to be easy, and the buy is not looking great. In fact, it looks like Cryo's just going to have to play the Headhunter here.
Yeah, he certainly is. Don't think he's got too much of a chance of getting that ulti online this time around. There's a lot of orbs on this map, but not that many. I think he is going for one towards A main, at least an early peek, but he's been forced back off of it. Denial from FPX with a Prowler. Information for them to work with. They've even forced a Paranoia out towards A main, so some utility being committed here for XSET, but they're not rotating. They're still sticking strong on this side. They've lost second though. Another fantastic opener for FPX.
Damn, FPX baby, let's go.
Isolate the battle. Like, the point was for Def to take contact and then him to be the surprise, but with the utility put in from FPX, it just
Zo zijn het gewoon
Zek
beter,
and
man.
just win individual fights. And a lot of the time the answer is yes, but being pushed by a boombot as well. Cryo, aggro spot. He's open, he can just get one and TP away. That's all he can get here.
The jump peek has spotted him. Good luck getting out of there. Indeed, he just pops his TP as the push comes through, but the rotate from XSET, they've gambled it, and they've gambled correctly. The trap broken, Paranoia in. Still 3 players staring as they attempt to make their way through. Showstopper in play. Artist already good for one. Showstopper on site, not even needed. It is being cleaned up by the rest of the players, leaving Def alone. The support player has to get a 4K, a 1v4, but only 2 more to go. One of those players is Artist, though. He's yet to miss a shot. He will be stunned up to start. A bit of space bought. But swinging into this, surely it's a death sentence.
He could use his aftershock, but it would give his position away, and that's happened anyway. Should be able to... Oh, I think that might have clipped the corner. Yeah, it's not going to reach, so Zipan can just stay in those backlines. Even still, he's going to be tagged up further, and Artist at this point just like, you know what, I've had enough of this guy. Just swinging him.
Team Liquid.
FPX in a commanding position.
Fnatic zit er nog in, ze hebben net gewonnen, maar Fnatic gaat er waarschijnlijk uit.
Get the rotation almost spot on, having every single player there making things a little bit more costly, but Artist just really is not missing at the moment.
Ik mis nog een EU-team.
Well, that's a lie, Artist.
Maar FPX gaat winnen. FPX gaat in de finale komen tegen Leviathan.
Scrape the plate. 6-2. At this point, FPX, they've got the ball rolling, and it doesn't feel like a solution is close at hand for XSET, and that's the key thing. They can pick up some straggler rounds.
There's still not a buy here, though, for XSET.
That's it.
That's more of the problem, because the last round, like, it was 4 rifles, a headhunter, there were already pieces missing. Now they have to go for an eco, like, again, basically. Like, the last one was an eco, but it was still not great. So they've kind of been economy diffed over the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game for XSET, or for FPX, excuse me. We see it all the time. Waiting on the other side of the door this time around, A main, it's only BCJ to hold. With a stinger in hand, he doesn't stand too much of a chance of taking this one across the line.
Yeah, and the problem with this is, look how far they've got. They're already fully within the A site and actually going in towards the spawn. Now, BCJ is a little bit of a knife in the back. The problem is, his teammates are taking the brunt of him just almost waiting around. He needs to get something here. Paranoia put through, just attempting to get a kill. And now he's kind of just stuck between the entirety of the FPX squad, completely surrounded. Unfortunate.
Last player standing.
It's just so well handled by FPX. On the way through, they're slow, they're patient, and they're aware of the angles that they've left open. BCJ doesn't get the time to to play that free. They were clearing sand. He moves in, opens the door. At that point, it's apparent where he is, and they make sure that they have 3 eyes looking to take him down. Absolutely no way out of there. For FPX, the lead is now locked in. They will end this half with an advantage. The question is, how strong of an advantage? Double digits still possible for them here with 3 rounds left to play for. And Xset won't be able to buy for all 3 of those if they lose right here.
Well, that's the thing. They need to break back now. Cryo being back on the operator, it was one of the real saving graces within the round that they won. The problem is the next, he got obliterated by Ardis, who is now moved over to that tour de force again. He's been a problem to face off against. And you can see just the way that he's taking this control so quickly, like only 20 seconds into the round. This man
hij heeft genoeg, maar hij... Oké. Er is een reden waarom hij hier de Tour de Force gebruikt.
Completely alone. And just look at where Zipan's already got to. Now Ardis strikes on the other side of the map, but the thing is they've already lost so much control.
At least a small blow. With Ardis going down, the res coming into play, Xiao falling as well. That means Def maintains control of A main. They can start to mount that comeback. Watching from the spawn, Cryo had his op trained in on that position. And this is one of the better responses we've seen from Xset. Looking confident.
Nee, man.
They will not lose a single player second time as they come out with 5 alive. I don't know if we technically, I don't think we call that a Prime Gaming flawless, but yeah.
But you gave them the shout anyway.
Kinda is. Kinda is. Economically it is. They just used 1 ult.
Yeah. 7-3. Decent comeback. It's around the, again, I feel like a lot of that was almost based around selling a bit of a ruse with Ardis. The problem is, they did everything simultaneously, and then they were quick enough to actually kill off Ardis that it didn't matter so much. Also, the aggression that came out from Xset had a huge amount of success just being able to lock down that side of the map. I do think FPX are probably going to slow things down, though. Like, that's them throwing a spanner in the works, being a bit more aggressive for a round. I think now they're just going to look to try and set up the man who's currently 16-7.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a swing. It makes sense, of course, the slow orb in play. No way that Ardis can be swinging out wide and fast now. Cryo on the passive angle. Who gets greedy first? It's probably the one to go down, but look at that TP position from Ardis. He's not going to be doing anything wild. He's taking it back, and he's starting to move. Looking for the A-side push. Now, for Xset, I'm not sure what the response is here. They've got a bit of A main control, a stack up on B, but now they're hearing the noise, the Rolling Thunder. That's the response. They've just Rolling Thundered it, ran away.
But that's the thing, Angel TP past the Rolling Thunder and Ardis. They're being funneled towards him. It's just going to be the trades from FPX. This time, they trapped the players that caught them in the last round. And now, well, being hit up by that Nightfall, nobody can really look to try and pressure in. And they are taking fights on all corners of the map. That does, however, give Cryo a way back in.
I mean, that is a very valuable opening.
Nee, man.
Okay, we might still have a game on our hands. Xset looking for 5. This could be the round where they build themselves up to
Dit moet hij winnen. Okay, let's fucking go.
Is the cost of revealing that position.
I have to reveal.
Blinded up. They won't be on him in time. The wall perfect. Now there's the swing, baited out and perfectly done. Xset. They've gotten 4 on the board. It's the foundations. It's a minimum. But they really want to get this last round and make it that little closer.
Yeah, it's still a lot.
Ja, ze hebben die challenges niet moeten nemen, man. Ze zijn te agressief nu.
Lost by FPX than anything else. Like you're in a 4v3 scenario, both players take fights on either side of A. Like it just was a risk that wasn't really worthwhile. Like you had Saigetsu fight BCJ and Cryo fight versus Angel on the other side of the map. You're not playing your advantages. Like that's what FPX really should have been doing. Now they could have easily, if they get those kills, they put the nail in the coffin. The round is won easily, but those are risks I just don't think were necessary in that sort of scenario.
To be perfectly honest with you, Tom, if Xset are winning this, it's a 2-1, right? At least in our minds coming into the series is where we're at.
Yeah.
It still seems difficult on Breeze, but here on Fracture, we don't count them as a team that should be taking it off FPX. I don't know that there is a team that should be taking this off FPX with the way they've been playing. The reality is,
die guy
you make this game close, you make it competitive, FPX will be sweating going into that final map. And for Xset, they're already doing a fantastic job. We're seeing elements of the team show up that we haven't before. We were singing the praises of BCJ and
dat is,
in fact, this time it's Aaron that's leading.
Volgens mij kan hij daarmee switchen van beeld.
Well, I think the thing to note, just back to your previous point, is that they basically played against the full.
Of het is gewoon zo'n
other,
splitter.
Like, top 3, top 4 teams of the tournament.
Het ziet eruit als een splitter.
This map was 7 rounds.
Zo'n high-raving splitter.
Obviously, DRX did beat them, but that was playing with a sub. So, no offense to Cider, but I think Saigetsu subbing back into that Viper all day.
Want hij heeft op zijn scherm ziet hij alles, zeg maar. Alle POV's en alle camera's. Hij heeft de beste watch party, dude.
With how things started out with a 7-2 scoreline. If they can get this last round, it's competitive. Which again, as said, with how good FPX are on this map, that alone is solid, and then they can try and build something into the next.
Oh, the wall push? You're crazy. That stun had hit, so of course the TP has to be taken by Artis. He gets back to safety. They reset for an A push. But
that's the thing. They've seen a stun, they've seen a wall, they've seen Zekken, so you know that the maximum that can be here is just a couple of players. Now, Cryo is still lurking around in towards the dish. The rotation coming through from BCJ to join him, so they're going to be able to hold on to this control at least.
Dat is een goede alt voor die man.
They've done so well to avoid giving the opportunity away to Cryo, and in the end, we need to see that followed through on. Down goes Zekken.
Let's
Zipman
go.
with a double. I'm not even sure how he got Aaron, whether he saw him or the bullet straight through the smoke took him down. Either way, we're left in a tough spot for XSET to gain any value. Angel's left down to 5 HP, but he survives. They need to land the shot here, and now it's Cryo left alive. The up in hand, good for 1, 2, with the headhunter, and he's moving to the site. He might even be able to stick it. Artis has to run, sprint at top speed. He'll come around the corner. He's been spotted. Cryo with the tap, but the time is too far gone. He will not even hit the shot to close. 8 rounds for FPX. And a fantastic clutch from Artis.
Yeah, a really nice try out in the end from Cryo, who definitely seemed to build himself up into the scoreboard, at least a little bit towards the end. But this is more of what I wanted to see from FPX. Much more passive hold in these afterplants, playing those crossfires, and it was only towards the end that this really got close, and that was once the time was already ticked.
And that's it. Your teammates had bought you enough time, and it's those things when you have the advantages, the 3v1.
Okay, dude.
Throwing yourself at the player that ends up costing you when it comes down to those final seconds. FPX putting on a strong performance here on Fracture. Half 2 after the analyst desk.
Ah, man!
Thank you very much. Guys.
Match found. Death match. Warm up.
You can trust my bots. They only malfunctioned that one time, and honestly, should miss that finger. Time for a field test.
Get up and take it. Was Rex?
One down.
Oh! Oh!
Ah, no, no, no. Fnatic won. Just by a fracture. They played really bad. They're not going to win. For sure. They don't look like fucking... FPX is going to win again. I really want to bet on the game.
Terminated.
Oh!
Oh, what? No way, how many fucking bullets do you have, my guy? Oh, scheiße. Dude, what the fuck, man? I was on. No, I'm so bad.
10 kills remaining. 5 kills remaining.
That's done.
No more soda. Oh! One kill remaining.
Oh my.
The thing is, even just being a nuisance could be enough to cause that distraction. You see the stun being sent through, the side push coming through. Zipan has been able to hold on at least for the moment. He hits the instant shot and gets one with a nade. It's already back. The nade's already back in his hands, and they just haven't been able to kill him. Now the rotations come through. The time has already been fought, and while Xiao is just putting them in the grave. Death so far out of this. He's now going to meet the Xiao show as well, as it's 12 and 4. Exit are getting battered.
Yeah, this is so much more from FPX than I expected. So much more from Artis than I even thought possible. This here, though, the nade dropped.
That's just a delay. It's this.
Bang! And the nade catches Aaron on the attempted trade. I mean, in his wildest dreams, he didn't think he was going to have a second nade online moments later.
I do want to know, in these sort of pauses, what do you even say? Like, what do you even say?
Can you say?
I know what, actually, I know what I'd say. DRX did it.
Artist.
You know, yeah, 12-4 down. It's
Tom,
possible.
if I was on that stage in this scenario and you called a pause to say that, I'd stand up and slap you. I hope you know that.
Like, if I look like the Don?
No, God, no.
No.
But you look like you do, Tom.
Yeah.
So my statement
But that's
stands.
the thing. He's the one on the stage, not me. I'm saying
Hey,
what
listen,
he said.
Tom, the Don can say whatever he wants, but don't you put words in his mouth, all right? Until I hear it from his mouth. Nah, 8 rounds in a row. It's tough. Like I said, if you manage to make this map close, it works wonders for you coming into the next. It'll make FPX sweat. Well, they have a long road to go to even think about this being competitive. FPX, 8 chances in a row to close
Also,
it.
just look at the buy. I think that's all that really needs to be
Yeah.
said. There are no ults online. There's a couple that are close. You're looking at Guardians at best, a Headhunter for Cryo, just so that they can get anything into this round. Like, it is the worst case scenario going up against an 8-round deficit. You need a miracle, and Zekken might be the one to try and give it to them. Already taking some very early space over Dish. That will at least grant Def the orb, which does give them the Rolling Thunder. The thing is, though, we've learned anything from Zipan. That might not be the most effective ult to use. That's a nice shot, though.
Fuck.
Maybe a little bit over-aggressive from Saigetsu, and he gets caught.
Yeah, an artist, you know, his time here is limited. There's so many angles for him to worry about. Normally, you'd expect a player to already be falling
Hey,
back,
je hebt maar een
especially
paar
with
op
the
gekker
offense.
onder
He's just going
schap.
out for more. Never satisfied with just the one. Still sticking around. This is madness. He's got his
Dit
TP
is
to fall
insane.
back on.
Hij
Utility
peeked dit
should be
niet.
coming at him any moment now, but
Nou,
Artis wants that little bit more.
let's
He'll get it.
fucking go, dude.
Oh, the TP
Oh,
spot might not be the
shit.
best. He's had to fall off of it and won't get isolated, but he set up his teammates and left on
Dat,
Sedan
dit is
just to try and
gewoon...
grasp at any straws
Dit
he
is
possibly
gewoon,
can,
dit is
but
gewoon
he's gonna go down
experience,
as
man.
well.
Je ziet dat kleine
13-4
kind gelijk
in
achter hem aangaan en hij
destruction
wordt,
as FPX
hij wordt
swing
getraind.
back. Pearl maybe just a gimmick as Xset have fallen flat on map number 2.
That has got to be tough. They came into this map knowing
Oh,
full
this
well
is
what was
really
awaiting them.
fun.
They knew the opponent they're up against, and as soon as we saw it in the veto, we heard it on the desk. But the reality is,
stupid.
seeing 13-4, seeing Artis go from, and you heard it last map. We were questioning. We're like, the guy's on a Cypher. It's crazy. It's a whole different
FPX
style
heeft
of
toch de
gameplay
laatste
for him.
Masters gewonnen.
This was a whole different style of gameplay. I mean, this is not a highlight reel of anyone other than Artis.
He's what, 5 kills away from having a 2 KPR. Like it's just absurd, like how good he has been. And the thing is, he probably would have reached that if it wasn't for the fact that like Zipan in the last couple of rounds were able to.
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
Fight!
We win, we survive.
Oh, fuck! No, someone slipped it.
Cypher bear. Souls. 4 dead.
Do it, man.
Die. 3 souls. 4 dead. Cypher buried.
Oof, lucky. See that mid, man? Oh my crouch. Ooh, boop, boop, boop, boop. It's the fucking, it's the skin, man. Yikes.
10 kills remaining.
Boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop. What am I doing?
Ay, corazón.
5 kills remaining.
Come on, every time I go here, there's someone.
One kill remaining.
Dude, I'm sweating. It's actually horrible. No, it's not hot in my room, just sweating. This mouse bad. I need to clean it.
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
Just let them try to catch me.
Fight.
Keep up. Three. Enemy killed. Three. Four.
Good one. Woo! Almost whiffed that. I did win though.
Night night.
It was on his head! It was on his head! I whipped that. Jesus fucking Christ. You're running dumb, dude.
See ya.
Remaining.
No! Oh, what? Come on. What are you doing, my guy?
5 kills remaining.
One down.
No.
1 kill remaining.
Whatever. Good for now.
Sheesh. Hi, hello, sexy boy. How you doing, mate?
He's just seen the tip of his head on the way around. Not sure he even noticed, actually, but he certainly has now. The plan coming through, nonetheless.
I'm good, man.
Def just holding his ground. Oh no! It's a 1-4-5 shot for Xiao. He's hit the headshot, but it hasn't granted him the kill. And now Zipan, it just comes down to damage. The spike not planted for him. There's not really anything he can do on this wraparound. If he can catch a player, that would be nice.
At least
and there
one.
you go. They've made this one incredibly costly for Exit. Sure, they come out with a round. They get that second onto the board, but they've lost some weaponry along the way. And now the decision is, do you continue to play this as a pure bonus? Or do you actually buy up around these guns?
I mean, the reality is you've got pistols. You've got 2 sheriffs, I believe, saved through. From that point, I mean, even just a single Marshall buy could help out, but I see BCJ going a little deeper into the economy. Light shields, though, sold the rifle. And again, there's many options that can go down here, maybe just playing with the economy a bit. And there it is, the Marshall ball back up. You know, it's very low cost, and it gives most of your players a huge advantage, even if you can just get that body tag. And with a ranged map like this, it just makes sense to take some ranged weapons into the fight. Def has the Bulldog, strongest weapon for the team. He's also the Cypher, and he's gotten himself into a ridiculous spot. He's sat there watching himself on the cam. That's so much information. And then, if he sees someone with the cam, that's going to be Cryo coming out going, "Ooh, I'm sheriffing you," and then Def is behind you, shredding you. That's a big danger for FPX. It's actually perfect.
I love these casters.
I have a soundboard here. That was him from earlier.
All right. We can compare and contrast later.
Well, we don't need to.
Another a slow round from FPX. The question is, they've seen the cam. Do they expect him to be a no? He is just lurking around, but it is only going to be the one kill. Zipan quick to trade. You can see already being tracked
They're
down.
going in with that. They're going in with that.
It's only going to give one of the players away, but
Wait,
they are
what's
going
the
to go hunting
Silva
for that
doing?
player. Zekken already being dropped within the site, leaves Cryo to try and make it costly.
Okay,
but
I
it
see what
hasn't
the
gone
Silva
far.
was doing.
A couple of low players, though.
Yeah, decent damage. There it is, a wallbang to take Artist down. The reveal, doing some work there. Great recon from BCJ. Shock dart through and
Oh, he's
on!
dead.
2 kills on the back of BCJ's utility, and Xset are right back into this one. A body tag to Sagetsu with that Marshall. Unfortunately, gonna take him down. He's 101.
Oh!
But he's just spraying on Xiao. 25 HP left, but they couldn't delete him. BCJ's all alone to do it. They're both painstakingly low, but they've got the time, they've got the angles, and he has to defuse. It's halfway already, but Sagetsu will put an end to Xset's hopes and dreams of taking that 3rd round. Even still, they can have their head held high with both how close they took it and the damage done in the end.
But yeah, that's the thing. That's a great round coming out from them in their bonus. Like, they managed to make it incredibly costly, even looked winnable towards the end, and the utility just coming out from them alongside just the damage they were able to do with the Sheriffs alone. It's actually just that double spray down from Xiao that makes the difference, and that's the thing. Xiao in high impact moments, I swear his Vandal does not work the same way that mine does. My bullets would have been hitting everything behind, but manages to control it. The thing is, this is a crunch round now. An operator in for Cryo as well already makes a big dent. They're going so fast into this one.
Great kills for BCJ, still getting out of there with 2. The control for FPX slowed down slightly with the snake bite, but they have managed to sneak a man out main. Being watched by Aaron, but he loses his life as Zekken trades out. No Viper, no Spike. FPX stalled. 1 player on site, the other unaccounted for. But Xset have got the manpower to cover a lot of these angles. Sagetsu, he snuck his way in. They know this is open, but they might think that he hasn't got the timing to sneak on in here. Just tucked in the corner. They're waiting it down, knowing that FPX need to make a move. The spike's on the floor, and so the ball's in the attacker's court.
Oh, he's been so patient. And he's just spotted out Def. This fight could be absolutely everything. Both players wanting to try and fight him together. He's within the cage, not expecting him to swing, but he doesn't actually close out the kill. Xiao, however, has managed to find one, but Def, he gets away with murder. And now this becomes really difficult for Xiao. They know exactly where he is. The spike is on the cross as well. He has to try and get past the Cryo. Is going to land the shot. Sagetsu must be absolutely kicking himself because, I'll be honest, that kill looked free.
Oh, it absolutely did. I think that's going to haunt his dreams moving forward. Perhaps his nightmares. FPX are even left down to an eco because of this. Close as we get to an eco at least. No Blade Storm to work with. Guardian, Spectre, everything else just going to be some pistols. You hear the Dawn hyping them up as Xset hit 3, the lead extending in their favor. The only round they lost being a bonus where they did a ton of damage, and now they reap the reward. A strange sight to see. FPX struggling for economy in the early rounds.
Look at the pace. Artist already the first man in. He has been tagged up, but the stun is going to do enough. The counter again, though. Operator shot, another shock dart kill. Out for BCJ, and he's even going to go for the Hunter's Fury.
Wow.
Just earning up these ults so quickly, and then Zekken combines alongside him. Xset don't get caught off by the pacier push out from FPX, and, well, we said they needed to get off to a fast-paced start in this second match, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, FPX attempted a blitz out, but there was a
Okay,
snake bite in
correct.
play. Shock dart comes through, and if Cryo doesn't hit that shot on Angel, he was going down to the dart anyways. And with that, a nade as well following through after Xiao got tagged up by the Hunter's Fury. This was a round of utility for Xset. They do well not to lose too much, but it was still a decent investment all in all. FPX buy right back up into this one. Remember, the previous was pistols for the most part, just 2 rifles, one of which was a Spectre. We can't even call that a rifle, I suppose, just one in an SMG. Whee, up there it goes.
Oh, the flash is solid. But Achi's got cover. He's been able to survive at least a little bit of time, and the dash through is going to be caught. Artist struggling a little bit, but the trades are there. Saigetsu turning this back, the expectation, but he always seems to be caught. Either utility in hand, switching weapons. That's a couple of rounds in a row now. But it is left on to Xiao. No one else you'd want here.
You can't blame Sugetsu for that. He's just trying to block off the angle, use it as a smoke, get to yellow, and secure this cover for his teammate. But now instead his teammate falls back into Zekken's waiting arms. The time bought for that rotation to take place. We will see another round for Xset. This has been a domineering start to their defensive side, round after round being picked up. And as we said, it's rare that you see economy challenge for FPX. Some facets of their gameplay that are normally the highlights now being challenged, and I think they're starting to feel it.
Where's he up?
I can see them getting pumped up, but the thing is, though, they are winning, firstly, a lot of close rounds, but also it's just the interplay between them. Like, I think that's what's been so enjoyable. Like, Def looked like he was in real trouble. BCJ makes a play to try and help out his teammate, give him that little bit of extra space. I think the trading back as well. Zekken's had some really high-impact frags to give them advantages in a lot of positions that looked like they could have easily slipped away, hitting some very nice timings as well. And now you look at what's left on the other side. FPX, okay, they got a Blade Storm. That's something to put into this round, especially on Artis, who definitely has had a much slower start to this to this third and final map. They've also got a Viper's Peer, and Angel's bought up a Spectre, which makes me think he's going to be fairly tempted to use it if they can get into an afterplant.
This timeout didn't see a ton of discussion. Oh yeah, repping the set, the Dawn. Man's got style and switching from one to another. Seen this guy? You seen Aaron up
I
there?
feel like
He's
you fancy,
unreal.
like, I want to say minimum 50% of Valorant pros.
Hey, listen, I'm not a bad boy a little bit. All right, they're cool dudes. With 5-1, like, it's a strong start from Xset. That pause out of FPX, I was saying they didn't seem to discuss a whole lot. I think that was resolved fairly quickly. Maybe taking the moment to take a breath after a short revisit to the strat book, and now they're ready to go. Flash out on mid, good information. Nobody's pushing, nobody's peeking. So they're going to keep on going. Bladestorm leading the charge, and they've got a good idea. If you ain't holding mid from window, you're holding it from doors. And Artis is more than ready to take Cryo down.
Yeah, solid read. That's also an operator, and it's landed on their side as well. So this is perfect. Somebody else can pick that up, or Artist can opt to try and play it himself. He's going to go through with the Blade Storm. Nice shots from BCJ, at least giving them a solid position in this round. He has the Blade Storm and the gun, but Guardian for Saigetsu now, and they are going to be able to get into the afterplant. The problem is they lost the Viper's Pit in that engagement.
That flash burned up, but Zekken didn't post on the angle. The op's right back into it, and it's holding on strong. Leg shot, hitting the foot. Zekken survives. Now they look to punish. Still stuck here, no dash to get out. Artis is gone. 1 kill already. He got some damage on. Let's see if his teammates can capitalize. Xiao only with a Sheriff and a Spectre on range. It's Sugetsu that should be winning, but Aaron comes out with the Vandal. An upgrade at least for Xiao. Taking that away from his
Come
teammates.
on, dudes!
Will land afterwards. That is 6 secured. Xset guaranteed an equal half. Tom, you said both of these teams, they have their merits in each half. We could see this as a relatively even game. If that's the case, FPX need to start picking up some rounds.
Well, that's the thing. You look at like the old composition that FPX were running. It's one that you'd sort of talk about the attacking side being really favored. I think that the changes they have definitely helps them quite a bit on the defensive side, but you need something to play with. You need to get some rounds on the board, and the thing is, this is a really good opportunity for them. I just think that Xset are doing very well to isolate those fights, using their utility, using that null command to take away a lot of the supportive elements that could have been there to help out Artis, and ultimately, they relied on him going on a heater here, and unlike the last map, it hasn't happened.
Cloudburst here. They're going to try to fight for that early mid control. Bullets whizzed past BCJ, but the intention is to move elsewhere. Unfortunately, Cryo's way ahead of them. Pushing into elbow, taking the kill, but now being pincered. He's got to look towards the mid, and that's 2 kills. Instantly claiming the B site as their own. Artist spotted up top. He won't be taken down, but Zipan will. 3 versus 3, the retake now on, and now possible. They do know that Artist was up close.
Ooh, what?
What the fuck is going on?
It's just all going wrong. Artist trying his best, but it's down to just one player standing. Xiao trying to take this back. Shock darts again going through. He's going to have to reposition the plant just to try and avoid them as they go back again. And he is going to be pinged up. This utility just causing so many issues for Xiao. And even just predicting where he's going. The thing is, his teammate might be a little bit further behind. Aaron has been spotted. That's all the information that Xiao could possibly need, but he needs to start landing some shots. He needs to try and isolate one of these players, and they're looking to just...
Dude is laggy.
Playing ring around the Rosie.
He has the same lag.
To the plant, and Aaron will put him in his place. 7 to 1 up. Nothing going FPX's way. And well, Mitch is starting to get out of control.
I said that if XSET could put up a strong performance on Fracture, FPX might come into this map already sweating. That may be happening right here and now, despite a stomp of Fracture. XSET, they're the ones with the wind in their sails. They're the ones with the practically unbreakable defense. And this here, that is a simple mistake. I don't think it needs to be said twice. You don't run out in the open when you're revealed and your teammates are or your opponents are behind smokes. You're gonna die. But that decision was made for whatever reason, whether it was supposed to be trades for Artists or something like that, it did not work out. And nothing has so far for FPX.
Again, they're still gonna have weaponry to buy in. Cryo posted up, and actually there's gonna be a push, at least initially going through the tube, but being spotted out. Yeah, they're looking to try and support him. Saigetsu's utility will be offline, and well, after the shot rings true, he is going to fall back.
Yeah, I like that. It's actually decent information early. You know where 2 of these players are. You know the side of the map they're playing a little bit stronger on that. Hunter's Fury gets 1, but he doesn't know where Artist dashed to. At least getting rid of the dash, sure, but he won't be healed back up. Cryo's made sure of that.
Yeah, Cryo has been a menace. Roaming around the map at every
He's
single
literally
angle.
roaming around
Once again,
the
the
map.
man advantage goes the way of
Just
XSET.
picking
It is going to be a
people.
trade, but they've kept it their way.
He didn't see him. He didn't see him. He didn't see him.
BCJ completely unaware of free kill on the back.
Why?
Not expecting Cryo to be there so soon. And because of that, the trade is
you're
instantaneous.
so
Cryo
dead. This guy is
decimating
just...
everyone in his path.
Yeah.
And while Xiao left to try and clutch once again, 1v3.
30 seconds left.
He hasn't even got the free sight, and he's been spotted. Some information for him to play with, perhaps a 1v1 to isolate. He's just going to go straight in for the plant. They don't expect it necessarily. Now he tries to isolate the duel, but seconds behind him already. Quick rotations from XSET off that information. And they will have an 8th round secured. This lead just keeps extending in their favor. 13 to 4 on Fracture, and it looks like the shoe's on the other foot now.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure if I see a way back for FPX at this point. The rounds that they are losing, it almost just seems like XSET having an absolute field day. Opening kills going the way of Cryo in a lot of rounds. He really has been tough to take out, but every single member of this XSET squad are just firing on all cylinders. Def is currently top of the board, 11 and 4, maybe showing Artist how it's done on that Cypher, but their setups have been fantastic. Their counter-util has been on point. And well, the buys are getting worse and worse. FPX coming into this one with some Guardians on the board. Okay, they've still got the Viper's Pit. And by the looks of it, they're just going to go for a straight-up A execution.
We know how strong FPX are when they have money, but they rarely ever have. Finally, they get to invest heavily, and it's 2 kills with a Hunter's Fury traded back instantly. Up goes the drone. Information secured, 2 players spotted. No idea on where that final man of Saigetsu could be. But now they can start to direct some of this utility. Zipan avoiding the first. The plant coming through. A shock dart on the way. No bounce. A misclick that leaves Xiao on 125. Zipan here to play with him, but really this round is for Saigetsu to win or lose. He's got the off angle, and his teammates are trapped behind the pyramids. He Needs to find value. He's just been spammed through the wall, but he still manages to. Great kills.
What is this? What is this?
3! He has just pulled that out of FPX's clutches. They just can't get around on the board, Tom.
They can't. Even when they seem to do everything right, even when they use their ults to get them the
Oh,
openers,
it's GG, man.
it just doesn't matter anymore. Every
It's
member
GG, man.
of
They
this
lost.
XSET squad is playing some of their best Valorant. It just looked done at this point, but just seconds later, he just doesn't miss a beat. Every single player headshotted, and well, you got your coach almost on his feet. Almost on his feet.
Hey, I'll tell you what, the Don comes out, he's too busy answering phone calls to even entertain the walkouts. And this guy on his banana phone is now hyped up. That energy level, that cool, calm, and collected, no longer there. You're 9-1 in the lead. Every round, even when it looks impossible. You have a player like Zack pulling it out of the bag. Bit of a weird fight on mid there. The updraft in, it's a bit of a misread from Cryo. The off almost went down, but he'll stay alive. The BCJ spotted, he needs to move. Yeah, executed by Artis. That's a great opening kill for FPX. A foothold on the site and a plant and a Viper's Pit.
Oh, another 145. Sagetsu's going to get the shot through the wall, but the trades have come back thick and fast. They've spotted a cross into the site. Cryo, he's going to drop the Viper and put it down to Artis close up, and it's just all falling apart. Scrappy Valorant coming through from FPX. And XSET capitalize every single time. 10 rounds already.
Even the
it is looking
ult
like a
was
bad time
bad.
right now for EMEA. 2 teams already going into their decider match as a third, looking like they might join them.
Well, Tom, I mean, the last thing you want if you're in that position, Spike down, Viper's Pit down, and what do we talk about? I didn't even see that. How frequently do you manage to find the round off that pit?
Even the ult, he
first
fucked
man
up
to go
the
down in that
ult.
3vx is the Viper, swinging out of the pit, looking for a ranged fight, meets the operator, and that is
These
just
guys
a
are
done
so
duel before it
out
even
of it.
starts. XSET have hit double digits, and we're not even finished the first half. They're locking FPX out. This level of performance is frankly unimaginable coming in.
Yeah, they're up against the champions, a team that up until this event hadn't won a game on LAN.
Good tag.
They hadn't been able to find one.
He did with that! He did with that!
He's just gonna get the wallbang kill through. BCJ with another. There's only 3 players surviving at the moment for FPX. They're finally gonna get the plant, and Sagetsu, he has to get so much from this position, and they're already starting to flank around from behind him. He's going to be in real trouble, but he's managed to push through, revealed them, and the neural theft at least manages to get one, and still surviving in this corner. I don't know how he's still alive, and eventually he will fall. Re-aggression, though, from Angel. It does give them a chance, maybe to at least get another round, but never mind. It is going to be 1. That is all FPX can muster after domination on map number 2.
This is
XSET have come back,
embarrassing,
but I can't even say swinging, maybe even with just a knockout blow.
It's 11-1. FPX are favored on Fracture. We knew that. We knew it was a strong map, but we said they were favored on Breeze. And Tom, frankly, I have never been so wrong about anything in my life. 11-1. I am absolutely flabbergasted. What about you, Analyst Desk?
I can name like at least 5 more things that you said that's more wrong than this, Mitch. Maybe we get a graphic on that. There's a lot to talk about. We don't have a lot of time, but I want to focus on the Cypher because, Jess, we saw a Cypher on map 1. And then now we see 2 Cyphers on the same map, which we don't see very often now. What have you made of both of these players?
It is not often Sugetsu gets diffed. Like, Sugetsu himself is a man that is on his own island, his own podium and echelon. That is not something that happens often. But the man is staring down the tears of death who's ripping him apart. Not just in utility, but in kills, multi-kills that Death's putting on the board. This man, not by himself, I wouldn't say singularly, but he is one of the keys to this absolute reckoning that FPX is going through on Breeze.
By the way, we claim Def. He is EMEA. We claim
yeah, before they,
Stop it.
Yeah, they definitely got into their heads. Like, you can literally see how scrappy they're playing.
I mean, look at this.
It's all control of depth, just with the Cypher, the map control, and the amount of retakes that we saw from
Like,
XSET.
look at what that fucking...
FPX can't get anything going, And
Cypher
it's
is
fair to say that
doing,
they need
man.
to win this pistol, otherwise they'll lose in the first series.
Yeah, they're in their heads.
Jess's judgment, the gavel hits, and I am calling this done for FPX. I think at this point it is done. The wind is out of their sails. That momentum from map number 2 is absolutely gone. Anyone that wants to argue otherwise has to give me the most incredible argument to how FPX on this side, outside of Artis being able to opt defensively, I don't think that's going to be enough because Exit has so much of a round advantage.
My argument is just that it's
They're smiling though.
Someone that's watched a lot of Team Vitality, they came back from like a 12-1 once, but the Death think it's over. Tom and Mitch, what about you guys?
It's hard to argue against that, Tom, isn't it?
I've predicted 2 on FPX, so they can do it.
I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm really glad I asked you that question earlier. Just got it on the record. The VOD is there forever.
Yeah, you know. But I am just waiting for you to name your top 3 teams of the tournament. So
Again, Tom, time and place, man. Read the room. Come on. 11:01. Things have been looking fantastic for XSET. I think you would have to be blind to miss the fact that FPX are behind. And Def, I suppose, because we've said it enough. This is domination from start to finish. An unexpected result in the first half. Now FPX will have to, well, they'll have to really surprise us. 13-11. Maybe they can lose 1 round and hit OT. They're already in a bit of an awkward fight. Def, though, had a fantastic first half. We heard the comparison over on the desk.
Dude, this Cryo is
Luckily,
on.
Cryo's picking up the slack.
He's on something.
Very low,
Kid,
but
dude.
so has Zipan, and Cryo lands the shot. It is going to be the trade back, but leaves us in a pretty even scenario. Xiao also going to be spotted up by the drone. Is going to be forced back, and look at where Cryo has managed to get to. He's all the way deep on the stairs. A spot that they might not be necessarily expecting on the other side. And, well, there is going to be the dart going through. He looks to challenge! An insane headshot onto Xiao, and he's just claiming ground he should never have managed to get.
Yeah, it is CG.
Pistol rounds
They
for
lost.
XSET. They've been looking good. Whenever you have the individual step it up like that, Artis now has to be the man to put FPX in the backpack. Already a headshot connected. Zekin and Cryo both low. Diffuse being tapped. They've got to push him. They've got to peek him, and they will. 12 rounds secured. It looks inevitable. XSET only need 1, and they have so many chances.
They got
How has it come
13-1,
to this?
dude.
FPX, they've never lost these deciders at international events, not when they've got their full roster. And now, this isn't a loss. They haven't even started playing.
Go first. I'm left with you. It's absurd. The amount of defusals you see, the amount of clutch rounds they were able to pull
XSET
out.
is
just
not a
the
bad
fact
team.
that, as said, every member of this roster has stepped up exactly when they need it. They proved they could win versus Xerxia. Now, they're proving they can contend with the best. And that's a very, very different story. Beating FPX, that's a challenge. Destroying FPX, well, I think that's a story. Like, what they are currently doing is something we have not seen any team do to FPX. And while Artis is at least going to be able to try and save some face in this round, he's managed to get them an opener.
29-10 Artis was on the previous map. We saw the post-match highlights, and it was entirely composed of that man tearing XSET down, flicking the dominoes and watching them fall. And now 50 seconds left for XSET to make this push, a push that could end the game here. And if it doesn't, they have plenty more to reset to. Sheriff's on the other side, the Marshal from Artis. He's on his way. He's rotating through. Will there still be a site to defend, though? Xiao already falling. Spams through the smoker. Strong. Good shot by Sagetsu, but so much more needed. This team is putting their all into it, but just Angel and Zipan, 2 Sheriffs. Whoa! Shot to the head, leaving Aaron all alone. 20 seconds. He'll put his wall up, and he almost gets a kill before it blooms.
Just looking to try and get that little bit closer. They know if they can deny this plant, that might just be enough, but FPX are going to get themselves a second.
Maybe this is why they're laughing, because, you know, the comeback is coming. There's no way. There's no way there's a comeback coming.
10 more, Tom. You know what? DRX did it. Not quite this, but...
Even they didn't do
DRX
this.
could have done it. At least that's what Achilleos told me. 10 more, though, in a row. Flawlessly. and this game has been anything but flawless.
That's the thing. It feels weird to even try and comment on that.
It's just
like,
ridiculous.
It is FPX. They are one of the best teams in the world. They're probably the favorite coming into the tournament, but damn, have they been boomed so far in this map. Zipan, though, is going to start things off.
They did it once, but not against Exed. Like, Exed, they're not a bad team.
This comeback, and you know what? Def's been hitting some tasty shots. A Marshall headshot will drop Ardis, and I believe that's a rifle to the deck.
I think this man's a testament, honestly, to the place.
Like, this is so dumb. They just wanted to be done with.
I mean, I bought him too, I think.
Like, even FPX wants it to be done with. Look at where they're playing, man. They don't do this shit.
That's for sure. Sure, he'll go down eventually, but already with 2 kills, the cost is pretty great for FPX. It doesn't look like anyone will be following up. They've done some damage. Ultimately, though, when you're this far in the lead, you know, everything else goes out the window. It's not about economy damage. It's about taking it across the line, finding that victory. It seems only moments away. A full buy to come through, a Blade Storm for Cryo.
Rudy's record shot.
Ults in favor of Xset, but FPX are close on 3. They fight for early orb. They could be getting something of their own online. Plus, Ardis is pulling out the operator.
Well, we have seen a similar scoreline to this before. Not the last time they played Breeze, but the time before that, it was a 13-3 when still using that Yoru comp, but I don't think there's going to be the same excuses this time for FPX. It is still a decimation. You're going to have the operator in for Ardis. Bladestorm not far away. And Xset taking things nice and slow. They don't have to rush into things here. 9 rounds in a row still needed for FPX. I think that we need another 7 before we even really get interested.
Well, that's it. Then it really is. Maybe 6, you know, that could be 2 buy-round buffer. I'll give them that, but even that is a big task. Our man Ardis is going to need to show up. This guy has been on point in the previous map, 29 and 10 with this very weapon. He needs to show up here and now for his team. Surrounded, revealed. A couple of kills, though. His teammates starting to show up. Make this costly for Xset on the way through. They're at a man disadvantage. It's better than it looked like it'd be.
Cryo's position's an interesting one, but the Seekers is going to give him away. That close position, nice shot from Zekken, but now it's all onto Aaron. He can close it here and now, but he's not going to be given the chance. Angel will drop the remaining couple, and, well, FPX at least have themselves a 4th. Still, though, you just have to feel that Xset eventually they're going to get those ultimates online. You're going to have the opportunity to throw in the likes of Null Commands, Hunter's Furies, like just almost cheese their way through it.
Even the Viper's Pit?
Yeah.
Aaron's got to be decently close, like 3 orbs away off the top of my head. Oh, it's on the screen. 2 orbs away. We have a little screen, you can see it. So he's gotten very close to that. I mean, you get a basically free orb on aiming.
Oh, you gotta love Doom Bros. You gotta love him.
Controlling the excitement a bit for now. Woo! I'm pleased, but not over the moon, you know? We still got a ways to go. 8 more. Look, the way you win these is 1 foot in front of the other. 3 Marshals in play for Xset and a Blade Storm. Serious potential for damage in this round. They've already spotted that Blade Storm. They'll look to deal with it. They know that they'll probably be peeking around here, but he's got the jump on Ardis. Operator down. And
He saw the jet mid with knives, my guy.
Over on Fracture, now deleted, now out of the round. FPX needs someone else to step it up.
And that's the thing, Cryo has been a different beast in this map. Mentioned it in the last, the switch up of roles is something I think only benefited him. Moving into being that aggressor, sure, he's still that operator player on the defensive side, but now he's leading the pack. With that Blade Storm online, he's going to be the major threat. The chance for them to close this out a little bit quicker, definitely than FPX would like. The thing is though, the read seems to be pretty decent. Especially with both initiators here. And, well, it's not quite gone to plan for Cryo. He's going to fall. It's whether or not anybody else can do anything. And, well, a little awkward for Xiao.
Even a single blade hitting would have been perfect there just to make them 1 hit to these Marshals. The way through, Zipan not going to be caught dropping down. He was seen for just a moment to push around with the Sheriff. Really not going according to plan, and none of these Marshal shots connecting. Finally, Def steps it up. Another headshot racked up with that weapon, but in the end, the result is the same. FPX pick up another.
Def is kind of nasty with the Marshal.
He really is.
That's one of the main takeaways I've had from this map in particular, is just that I feel like you could almost just let Def play the Marshal throughout the majority of the game, and he'll have a lot of success with it. Like, I've been impressed. 12-5.
I'll say, on the point of Def, I was going to say earlier, we got interrupted by...
Okay, now they have ults. That's a Viper Pit. Wait, it's frozen. What the fuck?
All the way over on B, just in case anybody tries to get a little bit cheeky. The thing is, though, Xset, I think they're expecting some level of aggression to come out. Instead, it's very, very passive from FPX. You got that Tiger giving
Okay, this is
Leaf
the
a little
first
bit of
time this
information,
happened.
but other than that, still hoping that they can find out where this push is going to be coming in.
No, I'm not fucking
4 seconds
realizing.
on the clock. Gathering information.
It's my
Not
capture
really
card. Give me a sec.
too possible. Around! They've given him all the chances that he needed. A few kills and they could be right back into this. The advantage now there's the plant coming through. The drone. It's going to catch him. They revealed him. They're going to kill him any moment now. What? What? He's hit one. Done damage to Xiao. He's on 10 HP. He got revealed. This man has no right to be alive. And now this could be it. The final straw for FPX is here and now. A Bladestorm misconfirms it. 13-5. I don't think anyone out there predicted this result for Xset. Putting them in the upper echelons of the tournament seemed out of the question, but they have topped their group. And in the end, Tom, it's the team with more battalion players that takes it.
Oh, God. I can't believe that that's what you've used for
You
that
can't
winning
believe it,
moment.
and you can't deny it. BCJ, he did so well on map number 1. Pearl picking up, I would say, the majority of rounds for his team. Certainly more than anyone else, but we saw him step back into his normal play after that. Repping the set, baby. Cryo topping out the scoreboard here, 22-11. My player to watch for this tournament. And he was certainly the player to watch here on this map, but more so is Def, to be honest. He's never up that high.
They're not out
necessarily
yet.
That. I think you've just seen a true team performance.
I don't know
from
who
the
they
side of
have to
Xset.
play
I
next.
don't think you can highlight any one player within this squad. They were so good with their trading, their set plays, aggressively pushing together, taking those opening picks, and then when it came to retakes, well, I think they had like 6, 7, maybe even more in a row, where they were just almost allowing that space to go through and then just playing well as a squad. And then you even get down to players like Zekken. I think some of his clutches...
So they play Crew next. They won from Crew 2-0 before. I have a feeling they will lose this.
That was finally their moment where they looked like they were going to get back into this game. And this 17-year-old sat on that stage, managed to make FPX look like fools. And that's what they did throughout the entirety of this
So
match.
there are 3
This is now a
EU
team
teams.
that have gone from, okay, we didn't manage to get a win. We came in last.
The last 3 EU teams are all 3 are. They have a decider match. They lose this, they're out.
And now, no questions can be asked of Xset anymore.
They win it, they
They've
advance.
just defeated the previous champions, the Masters finalists and victors. You know what, Don? I ain't too quiet right now, man. I'm singing your damn praises.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? All the EMEA teams just want to finish second in the group so that they don't play against each other. It's actually just a really smart play.
Yeah.
And I am definitely not huffing that copium right now.
Tom, you know, coming into this series, I'm going to say what your main criticism was of Xset. because they just trumped it right here and now. So they were a top-heavy team coming up against a team that isn't top-heavy. That's the main struggle. It's that sure, your Zek and your Cryo, they'll match up. But what about the rest? Well, that question is answered, and it is answered definitively. I mean, even looking at this game,
the top 4 players.
The top 4 players are all exit, and the guy down the bottom is Aaron. And that guy has got to be one of the most patient role players in existence. I love watching. Boring. He doesn't take stupid risks.
I will say he's probably the guy that if you're going to take a POV, it wouldn't be the most fun.
No, God, no.
You'd learn a lot.
If you watch a full game from his perspective, you'll learn more about how the wall looks on a certain site than anything else. But if you pay attention, you'll learn about being a good teammate. You'll learn about discipline, and has in droves. We don't just need to sing the praises of the top of the scoreboard. Sometimes it's this man here. Fantastic stuff out of Xset all around. Just one of the more well-rounded performances that I have seen out of anyone at this tournament so far. I've always been a fan of this team, but I didn't see this coming.
No, a very impressive performance. I think we've had some real upsets when it comes to our groups. Like, you look at the favorites and who's supposed to be getting through. Like, we now have some of the craziest decider matches I think we've ever had in a tournament. This event probably is the most wide open event we've ever had in Valorant, and well, the in-zone MVP. I genuinely think it's going to be difficult. I'm going
It's way too late. I'm out of here.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
It was a nice little gimmick.
It was fun to watch.
But I think you have to start looking down the bottom. The fact that
Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.
making the list kind of just shows